on this joint meeting, Oceanside City Council, Harbor Deck, CDC for June 27, 2012. Roll call, please.
Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez. Here. Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Councilmember Feline.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Mullen, please.
Thank you. Council will be meeting in closed session to discuss the status of labor negotiations involving the Oceanside Fire Management Association. That's item 1 on the agenda. Item 2, conference with real estate negotiator on the 5.7 acres of city-owned property located south of North River Road between Calle Montecito and Redondo Drive. Under negotiation are price and terms for the lease of the property.
Thank you. Adjourn to closed session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. First half of our council meeting. Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez. Here. Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Councilmember Feline.
Here.
Madam Clerk, need a chance to consent calendar, please.
Consent calendar items include items 3 through 13. We have a request from the public for item 7.
And I'd like to pull item 9 just for a question.
I'd like to pull item number 8 and move approval for the balance. Balance,
Second.
meaning excluding, so pulling 7, 8, and 9, right?
7, 8, and 9 pulled, and a motion and a second for the remainder. Is there any other comments? Now, please vote for the remainder, please.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Let's go to the public on 8, please. And
Item 7.
I meant 7. Thank you, ma'am.
Approval of Amendment 1 to the exclusive negotiation agreement with Sudbury Development to negotiate a development and disposition agreement for the development of El Corazon, extending the term of the agreement from July 27th, 2012 to September 27th, 2012. And the speaker is Diane Nygaard.
Diane, how are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Diane Nygaard, and I'm here today representing Friends of El Corazon. And of course, you all know the community really wants to see our wonderful park at El Corazon built sooner rather than later. The current schedule calls for the first tournaments to be held in November of 13, and that still sounds like a long ways off. This is now the second extension to the time frame for the negotiating agreement, and staff assures us that they still feel that with that extension they can still fully meet the schedule to have these fields in operation by November 13th. But of course, as we see slippage early on in the schedule, that of course gives us all just a little bit of concern. Certainly is a good faith gesture that Sudbury and Field of Dreams are willing to front the money so that we can proceed on schedule, but they aren't the ones that have the risk. It's really the taxpayers of Oceanside that are at risk if this should not succeed. That said, it's certainly important to get it right and for staff to have all of the time to do this to make sure that we do have it right. We're very hopeful that these temporary fields are done in a way that really sets a foundation for the permanent vision of the park, so we don't waste funds doing things on a temporary basis and then have to redo them a few years later. And to us, that means we look at things like the Grand Promenade, and if we're doing a detention basin for the fields, that we do it in a way that it becomes a water feature and something that's really a wonderful amenity for the park. So we just want to make sure that staff has the full support and commitment from this council to make sure that we can do the best possible job of negotiating this agreement, and we have this wonderful park at El Corazon built and operating by November 13th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Haddad, do you anticipate any problems in meeting the November 2013 tournament goals?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, Doug Eddow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. At this time, no, we did not see a delay in the back end of the schedule.
Do you need anything else from us to ensure that this happens, besides what you're asking today?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, at this time, no, we do not.
Okay, fantastic. Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Madam Clerk, number 8.
Item 8 is approval of Amendment 3 in the amount of $26,100 to the professional services agreement with Helix Environmental Planning Incorporated of La Mesa for environmental services and preliminary engineering for the Melrose Drive Extension Project, adding to the scope of work additional services for a parkland conversion mitigation plan and authorization for the manager to execute the amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is in anticipation, as I understand it, for the friendly taking of a portion of the Wahome Park for the Melrose Extension.
Yes, Councilmember, that is correct.
Okay. Well, I am going to vote against this inasmuch as it would require 4 votes for a taking. I believe even though that the county is going along with the notion of a taking, that we still have to do it in the nature of an eminent domain. And so, since we do not have a super majority vote, at least I anticipate that you, Mayor, will be opposing the Melrose extension as you have in the past, then I think this is a waste of valuable funds, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kern, please.
Move approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Was there a second? I didn't hear it.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, anybody else speak? Yeah, go right ahead, Councilmember Felina. I'm sorry, your light went out.
Yeah, I guess I have 2 questions related to this for my own education. We have on the general items a Melrose extension item. And certainly there's been no question that Melrose, regardless of anyone's opinion on it, is a controversial issue within the community. So I'm curious, first, basically why this is a consent item. I guess this falls under the 100% chance of being pulled kind of category. So I'm just curious why it's there when we have a general item, for that very reason that it's a controversial issue.
Honorable Mayor, council members, perhaps I can address that. This item is actually to prepare the parkland conversion mitigation plan, which was originally intended and is necessary for a variety of reasons, but also was a part of the settlement agreement that would allow that project to move forward. Your item later on is a significant step in that direction because it is starting the final design process. So this deals just with the parkland mitigation, developing of that plan. The other one is the actual final design.
Okay, when you refer to the settlement agreement, are you referring to the settlement agreement with Calaveras that we did, or is it another agreement?
Yes, the Preserve Calaveras.
Now, in terms of further education, in terms of Councilwoman Sanchez's assertion that it would require 4 votes, is that 4 votes for this to pass, or 4 votes to implement this? Because I know that eminent domain requires 4 votes, but is this, if we have a cooperative partner, is that in effect still an eminent domain issue requiring 4 votes?
Mr. City Attorney.
To the extent the City Council needs to adopt a resolution of necessity to take property by eminent domain, that would be done by a supermajority vote. This item only requires a majority approval.
Okay, thank you very much.
No other questions? Motion?
Just a clarification. So when this does finally get to us for a vote of taking this property, this Wahome Park, county park that was bought with national park funds, then we will need 4. Is that correct?
Anytime you need to take property by eminent domain, you will need 4.
So I guess the point that I made is why go through all of this if, in fact, we are not going to be able to go forward on the eminent domain? It is a waste of taxpayer funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Wooden Sanchez, no.
Madam Clerk, item 9.
Approval of Amendment 5 in the amount of $80,000 to the professional services agreement with American Logistics Company for senior shuttle services, increasing the contract cost and authorizing the manager to execute the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Kern, and I think there's people here to address it.
Well, thank you. I just had a question. Reading through the staff report, it looks like the grant funding is starting to wind down, and my concern is how we keep the project going. What are we doing to go out and find new grants? And I think that was the question I need answered tonight. And the other request I would have is staff to keep the council informed of how we are progressing with those grants. So that's the only two items that I would like to address. So Megan, if you don't mind.
Okay. Councilmember Kern and Mayor Wood and councils, we actually have a secured Transnet grant to follow the remaining funds of this one. Sandag will issue us a contract for that as we start narrowing down to zero on this, and we probably will be bringing that back to City Council sometime in December for approval, and that will then take us through the fiscal year 13-14. Sandag will be releasing new grant applications sometime in mid-July for the fiscal years 14 through 16, and we will again apply for those funds. And we are ahead on the grant funds approximately 2 fiscal years, so we do know 2 fiscal years out what our projected funding is to continue the program. In addition to that, we're this year going to implement the seeking out of private funding as well to help supplement the program, as well as supplement the matches that we make to the grant.
No, thank you, because I saw, lots of this got kicked off when Genentech came forward, so I was just kind of looking at the money on that one. So thank you. Move approval.
Move approval, second. No further comments. Please vote. Thank you. Thank you all.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Madam Clerk, we have a moment. I'm going to jump down and take item number 16, please.
Item 16 is approval of a one-year professional services agreement with San Diego Humane Society in the amount of $811,194 to provide animal sheltering and animal control services to the city and for the use of approximately 6,500 square feet of city-owned real property for parking purposes.
Thank you very much. Doug, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Doug Eddow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. Tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council approve a one-year professional service agreement with the San Diego Humane Society to provide animal control and animal sheltering activities required of the state mandate. The contract amount is similar to that of last year, subject to a CPI increase which will occur in July of this year, so it'll be adjusted at that time. It is anticipated that CPI increase will be between 2.5% and 3%. The level of service, as I said before, will be similar to what was provided last year. And the staff is very pleased with the level of service provided by the San Diego Humane Society. They've made great strides in working with local rescue groups to address the issues that they had regarding the treatment of the animals. Tonight, I would like to introduce the new President and CEO of the San Diego Humane Society, Gary Weitzman, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Doug. Sir, either one of the podiums, good evening.
Okay, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Gary Weitzman, as Doug just said, and I am the new president of the San Diego Humane Society. Been here about a month, 5 weeks. Feels like 5 minutes, but I'm getting a good education in county issues. And I came here from Washington, D.C. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I got you. All right, thank you. I came here from Washington, D.C., where I ran an animal shelter there, the Washington Animal Rescue League. I was also the medical director, and my background is veterinarian, and I've been in animal welfare for, almost 30 years. It's actually a privilege to be here, and I can tell you one of the things that really interested me was the work with the City of Oceanside, because we have a shelter here that we can change the whole course of animal welfare in this area, and I think that this shelter has done a good deal of that already. I'm very much looking forward to meeting all of you. And I am looking forward to really serving with the Humane Society, the citizens of Oceanside. I would like to show you a few pictures because they actually speak 1,000 words.
I see you're computer savvy.
There we go. I can't do it with my left hand. Okay. Many of you are familiar with the original facility on San Luis Rey Road. This is what it looked like before the Humane Society took over the administration and running of the shelter back in 2010. Today, it looks like this. We're still working on it, but you can see there's a new facade. There are a lot of active programs there. We've cleaned up the campus, done an awful lot of work there, increased the enclosures. We just refurbished and expanded the veterinary clinic in there. We actually have we're working right now on a new adoptions area that'll be an outdoor adoptions area in the center of that campus. We've also done enhanced play yards and really brought the community in to that facility, and it's actually looking terrific right now. This, as you all know, is the dog park that existed early in 2000s. We took it over a few years ago, as you know, and many of you were at the grand opening just a year ago. And it went from this to actually looking like this. Today, it's really a focal point for, we think, Oceanside. We follow the Yelp reviews. They're very positive. It's actually a very welcoming place. There's a lot of activity there, not just animals, but people. There's actually social groups that meet there. It's just a wonderful place, and it's exactly the model that we want to put forward in animal welfare. Finally, I can tell you that across the street, we actually took two buildings that were abandoned warehouses. They're very close to San Luis Rey. They're on Airport Road. We took the two buildings and actually made it the cat, small mammal adoption center. We completely redid them. We just 2 weeks ago added a new veterinary clinic in that facility. There's a retail store. There's a new adoption center. And you can see there's a lot of activity because some photos that actually were just a week ago. This is Adopt a Cat Month. So we invited the entire community in just last week, or actually 2 weeks ago now, to get some of our cats into good homes. So it's actually a very vibrant center right now. Our goal, of course, is to make the Oceanside Animal Shelter very much like the facility down on Gaines Street. And if any of you have not been to San Diego, to the facility down on Gaines, I welcome you to come down. I'd love you to come and let me know. I can show you around and show you what we've done. And what is down there is actually a model for animal welfare. And our goal is to make it very similar up here. We are one organization, and we will make San Luis Rey and Airport Road look and feel just like the facility in San Diego. So we're very proud to support the Oceanside community. It's actually been a privilege to work with the community and the animals here for the last now 2 years. We know that the contract is coming up for renewal, and it'll be for 1 year. And we're looking forward to continuing our association and our great work with the citizens of Oceanside and their animals. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still looking at the pictures.
Okay. I can show you more if you want.
I like animals, so I'm still watching it now. Pleasure. You're welcome here to Southern California. I'm sure you miss D.C. and the weather.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure you miss D.C. and the weather, but thank you very much. If you could have a seat or a sidebar,
thank you.
We'll go forward with the item, and thank you very much. Doug, did you have anything else before I ask if the public's...
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the staff, as the direction of Council, continues to pursue alternatives to the San Diego Humane Society, notwithstanding, the level of service they provided. We're looking at a more financial, feasible, or economic way to do this. We are continuing to meet with other cities to try and find a solution that maybe could help all of these cities in the North County. So we are hopeful that we can find another solution for you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. With that in mind, public? None? I'll back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to welcome the new executive director. Thank you for, coming here and also expressing your desire to work with us with the City of Oceanside. We have had some issues, as were referred to by Mr. Edow. Basically, we're paying more for less services, is what we feel. And as a city who once had their own animal control program, it's very difficult we're in a very difficult situation. Basically, it's become a monopoly for us. So it is, I still want staff to continue to work with other cities to see if there is a more financially sound way of addressing our animal control needs, including barking dogs, and not have police officers responding to barking dog issues. I'm sure they're loving that right now. But I see that we need to go ahead and move this one-year extension, so I'll go ahead and move approval.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
We do have a second. I see no other speakers. I will add, besides welcome, the staff has been wonderful here since you're new. We got to tell you, the staff up here is wonderful. I know you couldn't function without volunteers, like we can't function without volunteers. They're wonderful, and I do appreciate their help. Our concern, as you were told, and Mr. Alda explained, is the enforcement side, not the animal care, but the enforcement side, as we're working on. Hopefully we can come to a solution somewhere with us or the other North County cities, but thank you very much. With that, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I just, a quick question, because it says $811,195 and it increased based on CPI. Giving at what point in time does that apply?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kern, the contract today is $811,191. We anticipate, again, a CPI increase, which per the contract occurs in July, so we don't know what that is at this moment in time, but if it's between 2.5% to 3%. If last year it was 3.4, but we think it'll be less. We estimate about $843,000 for the contract, and that has been budgeted per the recently approved budget.
Oh, okay. That was my question. I was just a little concerned. I guess you explained why we're just kind of going year to year. It seems like we're out looking for other alternatives, because $840,000 is a pretty big size contract. I think we need to go out to a more competitive bidding process. Unfortunately, unfortunately right now, there's nobody out there competitively bidding unless we take it on ourselves with other cities. So I will support this. So I just...
One last question, Doug. I know that I was asked by other members from committees and commissions here in Oceanside about the funding. What is the $811,000 used for? Is it broken down to something? Do we have a guideline on that they may want to look at?
Honorable Mayor, in years past, under the prior regime of the San Diego Humane Society, they did not want to provide information as to how they got to that number, but for my recent conversations with Dr. Weitzman, he indicated that they'd be more than willing to disclose that type of information to how they came up with that amount.
Thank you, Doctor. The reason I asked, in the last few days, including today, I've been approached by members that sit on committees and commissions, advisory boards, asking how that money is obtained and for what. So we're having questions coming to us, so hopefully we'll get that answered. Thank you very much. With that, please vote.
Motion approved.
Thank you, folks. Appreciate it. If I may, back to 14, please.
Authorization to issue a request for proposals to develop a strategic plan goal-setting effort with the Oceanside City Council, and if desired, council appointment of a council ad hoc committee to recommend a facilitator for full council consideration. And we have 3 speakers on this.
3 speakers, thank you. Deputy City Manager Lawrence, how are you tonight?
Fine, thank you.
Please, go right ahead.
Honorable Mayor, Council members, Michelle Lawrence, City Manager's Office. Pursuant to the Council's direction back in January at your goal-setting workshop, we're returning to you this evening with an RFP for facilitation services to help you set your goals and priorities prior to your fiscal year 13-14 budget process. Going out with an RFP for a facilitator will allow the council to collectively select an individual that they'd like to work with and also to determine what process you'd like to go through. In that regard, staff is offering up a couple options for you. We could issue the RFP, staff could sort through them and provide to you the most qualified folks, and you could essentially interview them in a workshop setting, or the council could choose to create a council ad hoc committee to go through and look at the respondents and to make a recommendation to your colleagues. If you take a look at the draft RFP, there is a scope of work section, and we'd be happy to make any changes to that if you have any input this evening. So what we are looking for tonight is whether or not the council indeed wants to issue the RFP, and also if you would like to establish an ad hoc committee. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Michelle. Have a seat sidebar, please. Appreciate that. Public?
The three speakers are Diane Nygaard, Jimmy Knott, and Chris Wilson.
Again, good evening.
Good evening. I have concerns with the content, the cost, and the timing of this. This is really, it's called a strategic plan, but it's really not a strategic plan. A strategic plan is something that would take a year, effort, and cost upwards of $100,000. So I hope that's not really what you're talking about. The scope certainly doesn't look like that. It looks like what you're really looking for is a meeting facilitator, which should be a fairly minimal level of effort. I'm concerned that the community input appears that this is after a document's been drafted, then taking it out to the community just to do a little bit of fine-tuning. And it seems to me like you really would want community input at the beginning of a process to help shape the dialogue and determine what the issues are. And I'm really concerned about being realistic about the resources to carry it out. I mean, you walk around the halls at City Hall and there's nobody there. Our staff are extremely stretched. We do spend a lot of money on developing an expensive plan. Who's going to carry it out? And how do we add that workload on top of the workload of people that are already very stretched to carry out their day-to-day duties? So that's a concern about, does that really make sense? Talking about the cost, it's pretty rare to see issuing of an RFP without no sense of what the budget is for the project. How much is this going to cost, and where is that money coming from? We're cutting library hours, recreation programs, funds to community services. How does this fit into our priorities? What does this cost, and where is that money coming from? And about the timing, I looked at the comparison of the goals and objectives from the last two times our city councils have put these together. It looked like plans done by cities in two different planets. There was no congruence between those two plans over a few years. And I'm concerned that we end up with a third plan with a whole different set of priorities and objectives. I believe that the council that's going to carry out the plan should be the one that makes the plan. And that would say that the timing for this belongs after the next election, probably in January, so that those responsible for it would be carrying it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy?
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Over the last few days, I learned one new word, and I think that every one of the city council members need to learn it. It's Stockton. Very simple. People up there are very much involved now. They know what the problems are as a result of their budget, and they've seen things like this take place. I would rather see you take some funding and train a staff member to do facilitation. Because we're already doing this over and over and over again, not just with you, but with other staff members. We need that to take place. We could take a staff member, whatever level you wish to choose, and train that person to do this ability that needs to be done. Also, if you want to get something done currently, you all have basically your aides. Sit down, write up your list, ask your aides to get together, reconcile that list, then get together for a workshop, and I agree with what was just said with Diane. Then you can reconcile it into a meeting. You don't need to take and have basically a facilitator for that. And I also agree with Diane, you need to take and set 5-year goals, 10-year goals, and 25-year goals, and metrics to go along with those to see if you're attaining those goals. Not just 1-year goals, not just 2-year goals, but going ahead with different lengths of time. Because what happens is that every time that we do this, it seems like we just go along and one side switches, the other side switches, and just trying to see which side can they eliminate what other side is doing. And that's not right. Let's listen to what the people want to be done, not the council. See what the people want to be done. Get out of these chambers, meet at the different fire stations, and listen to the people. Get out of here. Get out there. Listen. Because the people in Stockton didn't, and you saw what happened there. Thank you.
Good evening.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Chris Wilson, 770 Harbor Cliff Way. I'm here to oppose this thing, and in all honesty, it took me a little bit by surprise seeing it on the agenda. As far as developing a strategic plan for priorities and things, isn't that what we elected you to do? Do you need help to do this? I mean, if you need input, the community is out here. I'm sure there are tons and tons of people that email you on all manner of issues and contact you in other ways and let you know what the community's priorities are. And we elect you to put the plans in place to do that. If we're going to pay a consultant to come in and help you do this, then I would suggest that the money to pay that consultant be taken as a reduction from your salaries, because we don't need to be paying somebody to do a job that we're already paying somebody else to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the speaker.
Thank you. Come back to the council. City Manager, do you have something to say before we move forward?
Honorable Mayor, council members, just to address a few of the comments. You did indicate that you wanted to have this process completed in advance of your next budget cycle. And although you do have strategic goals and objectives that you've identified previously, and a copy are in here, part of this process, based on your direction that we've identified, is you would end up having a half-day public workshop, and then there's going to be at least 3 community meetings, and then back to the council with those recommendations. But I think the key to keep in mind is part of this process is going to go through a process with you and the community to prioritize and rank city programs and services based on their ability to achieve the goals that you develop. And so that was part of the issue of prioritizing city programs and services and going through some type of a ranking process that we've identified in here. So that would be done in advance of you starting your fiscal year 12-13 budget process. So it's not just developing the strategic plan, it's also evaluating various city programs and services based on their ability to achieve those strategic goals and objectives that you set out.
Thank you, sir. With that, Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did attend the workshop that we had in January, and as I recall, there were several of us who pretty much made statements. It was not televised, it was at the community rooms, and my recollection is that there was not a single motion taken for direction to staff regarding bringing this forward. My understanding is that, and then afterwards we did receive from the City Manager's office a list of strategic, basically prioritizing our strategic goals and the planning. Now, I did talk to Mr. Weiss and question him about some of the items that were on there, because we did not take a vote on anything, and yet things seem to have appeared on there without determining whether there were at least 3 people who were supporting the items. So I'm, first of all, also surprised that this is before us, because we've never needed to get a mediator to do what I believe is our job. The City Manager's office in the past has always been the office that has helped us facilitate our, we go up, meet, we hear from the public, we put some butcher paper up, and we list everything, and then we start. Sometimes we've taken dots and gone over and put our dots where we thought were our priorities, what we thought were the most important in the city. We then got the list, and we ended up adopting that. So here we are now needing somebody from the outside, costing we don't know how much. And it does cost us, this fiscal impact that states that there's no cost to take this vote. It took staff time to put this together. It took staff time to talk to, and I believe there were several of us that were talked to about this before it coming forward. So this has actually cost us money already, needlessly, impacting our general fund. And so I agree that we should not be doing this. All I see here, Mayor, is that this is really about politics. This is, and I believe it's Councilmember Kern who's pushing this. This is basically a platform for his run against you. And I don't think we should be, there's a platform out there. We don't need to bring it in and spend general fund money on an election, more so than we already spend to ensure a very public process. So there is no need for this. I'm frankly, again, surprised that we have this here. This is just politics. We should be able to, 3 people should be able to put up, if we want to do the dots thing, we can do the dots thing. If 3 people want to agree on what the priorities are, then go ahead and put your green dot or red dot or whatever it is, but we don't need to spend $25,000 to $75,000 for a facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move approval on this. This was actually clear direction out of that workshop. Anybody that attended really understood that. It always brings me back to this saying that failure to plan is planning to fail. And we've been limping along here in the last few years as the economy has just shifted underneath our feet. And this is not about green dots or red dots on a board. This is about planning how we're going to accomplish the next at least the next 5 years. Because all the reports I've seen, I read the last UCLA study, we're going to be in this same economy as today for the next 3 years at least before it comes out. We really do need to set priorities and set a course for the city for a minimum of 5 years. Now, the last time that we had a facilitated workshop about strategic planning, that's where we came out with our goal of being 50% water independent by 2030. And it was a good workshop, the idea, but we came together on that one. I think we will be able to come together on this plan. Now, I'll wait to hear my colleagues whether they want an ad hoc committee or let staff do this. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other on this, but if it was an ad hoc committee, pick one from both sides. It would make sense with Councilman Feline and I, because we'll both be here in January regardless of the outcome of the election. So, but we really do need to plan. We really need to get out in front of this and have a good idea of how we're going to get next to 3 to 5 years. Otherwise, we'll have these workshops and somebody's going to try to put green dots and red dots, and that's their idea of a workshop, putting dots on a board. That is not my idea of a workshop. My idea of a workshop for planning is to come out with a plan. So that's why I'm going to move approval of this. Now listen to my colleagues whether they want to go staff or ad hoc committee.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Feline, you're up next, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think some of what we're seeing here, I think, symbolize some of the problems we've had in our city. And I've Certainly I have the least seniority of the people up here at the dais, but I certainly recall the January workshop where, it would have been interesting if that could have been televised, because, of course, the opening part of that was the inability to agree on how the table should be organized, and that kind of set the tone from there. Of course, a couple of years ago, we did have a facilitator for an event, and I would probably venture that the facilitator who did that event probably won't be responding to this RFP based on how he was treated at the time. So, though I do think, I don't like the idea in the city that we attribute sinister motives for everything someone tries to do here. Let's take, the idea that, God forbid, someone tries to make a good impression for political purposes. Who could have ever foreseen that happening in a political body? Let's take this sinister idea that Jerry Kern, who's running for mayor, wants to put his best foot forward by showing that we should plan for the future, and that, and that may or may not help him win a few votes at election. Isn't that what democracy is all about? The candidates put their best foot forward, do what they can do to serve the community, and then the voters have the choice on who they're going to pick. I assume the mayor, in some way or another, is going to do the same thing. He's going to be putting his best foot forward and coming up with ideas that he thinks will help win him votes. God forbid that people are thinking of how can I impress the community and win votes in an election. I don't think that's a sinister motive. I think that's called democracy. Now, as far as the motion here, we're going through tougher and tougher times, and I totally support the idea that we need a longer horizon to make what are going to be more and more difficult decisions. I think the process that's starting here that will fold into our budget process allows the very public input that people claim they don't get, because obviously elections come and go, but you're not going to be able to impose a decision unless you have public buy-in. I think, however this process evolves, that we have more hearings, more opportunity for people to talk, a venue where hopefully we can agree on how the tables are going to be arranged, will allow the public input so we can get buy-in. Now, there's always going to be things that we're never going to agree on, and that's what you have elections for. But most of what goes into a strategic plan shouldn't be a 3-2 vote, and it shouldn't involve a lot of controversy in the community. It should be things that, as problems are laid out, that you review the details, you then fold it into budget decisions. For example, our last budget process, we basically started with agreement on what 99.5% of the budget was going to be. We had disagreements over about the remaining $500,000, $600,000 worth of a budget. Well, our strategic plan will probably follow the same line. There should be a broad consensus on what it takes to move this community forward, and I think having a more opportunity for public input and for staff interaction involved with this motion will benefit our community. I'm going to certainly reserve judgment in terms of whether or not we needed outside facilitators part of this process, or whether we're going to have some staff member who would care to volunteer to facilitate the council discussion. We will find out, but I will be voting to move this forward, and we'll see what the RFP process brings back.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Thank you. I kind of think that there's some merit to, in this RFP, asking for these public areas, such as, I'll just say, fire stations, for some hour and a half workshop to hear from each individual neighborhood, something that can feed into this RFP. But it has to be, it can't be the same 12 people at every at every event. I think that has some merit, and I'd like to see that worked into this in some form or fashion, if the city manager can.
Honorable Mayor, council members, right now we do have in here that there would need to be 3 community public meetings, and it was not our intention to have them here. The intention was to be out in the community.
So we could say at stations 5, 6, I don't know, can we do it at 8? 5, 6, 8, maybe.
Well, I would say, I don't know that you need to pick it now.
No, what I'm saying is maybe change that number to...
we can do as many as you want.
To like 5 or 6 in the various communities. Is that something that could be agreed on?
Yeah, and I think probably instead of fire station, use this, we can probably talk to the schools. They may let us use an NPR room someplace.
Some form or fashion. I just, the idea that it be out away from here and it's not the same people at every one going and saying the same thing at every one. So I'll support this if we can add that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Sanchez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am not opposed to the public process. In fact, we've had a lot of people come to city council meetings, and we've basically voted against what they have asked us to do time after time. The biggest one was Prop E, where we had hundreds of people here asking us not to go forward on that, and yet we spent, something like $150,000 to go against the community. So I don't see that there is any good faith here at all. We continue to go against community concerns over and over and over again, neighborhood by neighborhood. So what I would anticipate is that you will hear again the same thing you've been hearing for the last couple of years, even before that, and you're going to turn a deaf ear, blind eye, whatever. You're not going to want to listen to it. And so it's going to, this is a result-oriented process. That's all it is. Give the people time to come and speak, and then you're going to go do whatever you want anyway. So I think that what one of the speakers talked about was this is not the right time to be doing this. November, we have a November election. 3 of us are up for re-election. 3 of us, a majority, which basically means that the public will at that time decide which policies should go forward. And that is a very, very public process that will take, we will probably get a very high voter turnout. So I think, again, this is a waste of time and money. This is very frustrating for the public. I hear time and time again, that council doesn't listen to us. What is wrong with that council? So I think, again, this is politics. Yes, our job ends up being political. However, what I'm saying here, when I said this is just politics, it's wasteful use of general funds. It's not positive. It's very negative. It's intended to use 3, lockstep troika votes to get some statement out there for some kind of a flyer that's going to end up in November. Or actually before that. So again, I'm for very, very public process. We do not need to spend any money for this to happen, and that's why I'm voting against this, because this means going out and getting a facilitator. It's going to cost us now, it sounds like it's going to be even over $100,000. We don't need to do that. Which program are we going to cut to be able to do that? Which Parks and Rec program? What library hours? Which library are we going to cut hours of? It's going to come from somewhere. This was not budgeted. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor again.
Thank you. The recall election that cost $500,000 had to come out of the general fund budget as well, and that's we got a long way to go to make up for that Rec. So I think that we just need to go forward with this. When does this come back to us, Mr. City Manager?
Honorable Mayor, council members, at this point, I don't suspect that you'll see this, at least with the choosing a facilitator and a contract, probably until September. And that process will still take some time, simply because we need to issue the RFP, get the responders, and you need to choose, do you want to have those responders that are qualified come and make a presentation to the entire council under option 1, or do you want to do something different for the selection?
I would suggest staff do the selection. I mean, we have to designate that as one of our options here tonight, right?
Or you can just say staff make the selection and we can go through a process to do that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Short comments from myself, if I may. Been on the council for 10 years, had people come in as facilitators. I agree with some of the other council members, they'll never come back, and they were treated accordingly. And actually, I felt sorry for most of them. The worst thing could happen is they get a council that's split like this, and they want to have us come to a consensus on an item or two, and it isn't going to happen, period. So they get frustrated, we get frustrated, we get angry, and why do we spend this money on this person who's trying to get a 3-2 vote to come out to be a 5-0 vote? So we have nothing but controversy. It hasn't worked in the past, it won't work again. Good suggestion, maybe wait until after the election and let's see how the council sets up. We've got a lot fewer staff members to do all this work, and I'm sorry for that. Money-wise, we certainly know we don't have that to pay somebody. I would really like to skip that aspects of it. And we're not going to agree. That's just it. So what it really comes down to is a little bit of a waste of the council times, the taxpayers' money to say, are these 3 going to change or are these 2 going to change? I don't think that's going to happen. So what we get out of a facilitator and a workshop is a 3-2 vote. Gee, there's a shock. The voting majority is going to get their vote, and they're going to win no matter what the issue is. So it's a little frustrating and somewhat a waste of time and money. My point on this one is, I think if you really had an honest comment and sit down with the city manager, deputy city manager, city attorney, is they really can run it with outside assistance and get down to talk about things. Nobody's going to change the voting position of this council, probably. There in turn, we just frustrate a facilitator, and the city manager and the people that have been here a long time already know what we want to get to and what our priorities are. So if this goes forward, it'll go forward, the 3-2 vote probably, but what I'm getting to is our city manager and staff really knows where we're coming from, what's going on. We're trying to make our balanced budgets by cutting employees and outsourcing. I don't like that. So we got to say, if we're spending any money out of the general fund, somebody else is going to have to be cut for it. So I'm a little frustrated. If we want to have workshops, get together and have it run by staff, city manager, or whatever, that's fine. I'll go to all of those meetings, but I don't want to spend the money for a facilitator that's never worked before. And it gets frustrating, but anyhow, we'll see how the vote goes, but I don't think this is necessary, and I don't think the city managers, when I say managers, I mean deputy city managers, really care for this or want it, but that's my opinion. With that, it's been said, let's vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Wood and Sanchez, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pose, if I may. We have some presentations usually a little after 5. My aid sets them up. What we're going to do is take a recess until probably about 10 after 5. If you haven't been here before, out the double doors, up the steps, bathrooms, water, or wander around and talk to people. The real important people are in that little cubby hole back there. That's our local press. You can always go and bug them and keep them busy, but anyhow, about a 15-minute break. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of things, if I may. We split our council meeting in half, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. 4 o'clock we do some of the early items like consent calendar. Now we're 5 o'clock. We have some presentations and awards. And then we skipped a couple of items from 4 o'clock as we went long. We might pick those up. But for you, if you would, phone, pager, put it on silence or vibrate. We'd appreciate that. And we'll get started in a few minutes. All I ask is at one point we have the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask you all to stand. When both of those are over, please be seated, and we'll go forward from there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Valerie, would you please?
Yes, if you'd all please stand at this time. Leading us in the invocation this evening, we have Youth Pastor Jonathan Gleason of Lighthouse Christian Church.
Let's pray. Dear God, as we begin this evening's session, Father, we want to just pause and reflect on your goodness. Father, not just your goodness in our individual lives, but your goodness in our community and our nation as a whole. In just over a week, we will be celebrating our independence as a country. And we'd recognize the many blessings that you have given us, our freedom, our abundance, unprecedented in history. We ask that we would not be a community in and of ourselves or even a nation in and of ourselves, but we would be good stewards of all that you've given us so that we can be a blessing, an agent of peace and hope to others in our world. With that being said, we also want to bring our military men and women who, many of them, are overseas right now, some in harm's way, and we ask that you would protect them, keep them safe, bring them back to their families as soon as possible so that they can be reunited. Father, we also just want to bring this meeting to you, that you would allow our council members to honor you and honor each other and honor our community. And all that they say and all that they think and all that they do, we ask that you would give them wisdom and allow them to be a blessing as they serve and as they minister to us and our greater community. We pray all this in your holy name. Amen.
Leading us this evening in the Pledge of Allegiance, we'd like to call forward the following youth. Mason O'Toole. Gabriel Lopez. And Chase Reeder.
Who got this? Thank you. About face.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may all be seated at this time.
Hold on, guys. Please be seated. Thank you. Let's hear it for him again.
Our first presentation this evening is a proclamation in honor of National Parks and Recreation Month. And at this time, I'd like to call up Marjorie Pierce, our city's Neighborhood Services Director, and Eileen Turk, our city's Park and Recreation Division Manager.
Excuse me before you start. That's award-winning Housing Director Marjorie Pierce.
Proclamation in honor of National Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas parks make life better for all ages in Oceanside, and whereas parks, greenways, and open spaces provide a welcome respite from our fast-paced, high-tech lifestyles, while protecting and preserving our natural and cultural resources. And whereas Parks and Recreation fosters human development and promotes health and wellness for all ages in the community. And whereas Parks and Recreation strengthens safety and security and reduces juvenile crime. And whereas thousands of children, adults, and seniors benefit from the wide ranges of services, facilities, and programs provided by the City of Oceanside's Parks and Recreation Division. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim July 2012 as National Parks and Recreation Month, and urge all residents to celebrate by participating in their choice of pleasurable activities offered by the Oceanside Parks and Recreation Division to enhance their social, physical, and mental well-being.
Thank you, Mayor Wood and City Council members. Thank you very much for letting us remind the community that July is National Park and Recreation Month. Just a quick couple of things. This weekend, you do not need to leave the Oceanside border for a fun weekend. Saturday morning, of course, the Freedom Day Parade from 10 to 12 going down Coast Highway. It's a great time. You can park for free right here around downtown Oceanside. In the evening, we're having a band down at the band shell called the Fabulous Rudies. They'll be playing around 6 o'clock at night until dark when we're going to show the movie Sandlot. So we hope to see all the Little Leaguers and all their families down there for the movie at the beach. It'll be done on an inflatable screen. On Sunday, the Deering Banjo Group, which is a really famous banjo group, is going to be performing out at Heritage Park behind the Mission San Luis Rey, and it'll be from 4 p.m. till 6 p.m. So save some gas and just play right along here in Oceanside. In July 20th, there'll be another concert up at Rancho Del Oro, and that's being co-sponsored by the Friends of Oceanside Parks and the Friends of the Library have teamed up to bring together a band called Todo Mundo. It's going to be fantastic. It starts at 5 p.m. Rancho Del Oro Park. So in July, we've got a great number of activities going on. Please call us at 760-435-5041, or please go on the city website to sign up for summer and fall classes at oceansiderec.com. Thank you so much, and get out there and play. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Our next presentation this evening comes to us from the United States Army. And at this time, we'd like to call forward James Burnett, Executive Director with the San Diego Army Advisory Council, and Lieutenant Colonel John Oliver, Recruiting Commander for the U.S. Army's Southern California Recruiting Battalion.
Well, first I'll pass the mic to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm very excited that the mayor got all of you to come in here to hear me speak this evening. Valerie told me I'm to limit my comments to about an hour and a half. Is that right? Actually, my compliments to the mayor and to the staff here in Oceanside. We've been following your career for some time, Mayor, but getting in touch with your staff, their responsiveness, their willingness to help. Valerie's been terrific, and other people on your staff, Terry Goodman, Bruce, the people we talked about in your office, they've been great. So our compliments to you. Now, Pedro.
Well, sound like a rock band.
Testing. Don't speak too close.
Okay. Well, I wanted to pick on Pedro and these handsome young men that did such a great job. I have to tell you, Pedro, I'm a little mad at you because you've got such a great head of hairs, but congratulations, you did a good job with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm what's known as an Army advocate. I chair the San Diego Army Advisory Council, which is a nonprofit, all-volunteer organization here in San Diego, and I just wanted to make 3 points before I got a chance to introduce our colonel. Number one, in San Diego, the Army recruits more young Americans than the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard combined. More importantly, over the last 10 years, the Army has seen their graduation rate, the young men and women who are entering the United States Army, go from 50% to over 99.5% last year. So the Army is changing. It's not the Army that your parents think it was 20, 30, or 40 years ago. And today, almost 4 out of 5 young men and women, literally 77%, are not eligible to join the Army because they're disqualified because of weight, ethical, or moral issues. So I just wanted to let you know that the Army's changing, and I'm very proud to introduce one of Southern California's natives, Lieutenant Colonel John Oliver. Colonel.
Thank you, Jim. I'd like to thank you for your time tonight, Mayor and the Council. I know that you are very busy. Enjoying your debate that you were having earlier this evening shows great government in action, and so I appreciate the time. As all of you know, in 1972, we went to an all-volunteer Army. And since then, we've had a couple of rounds of base closing and realignment. Now, these are two decisions that were made for great reasons, and they're important. But an unintended consequence of those decisions has been that fewer and fewer Americans know someone or have a personal connection to the Army. And so our leadership, our Chief of Staff, charged your recruiting command with maintaining our connection with the American people to make sure that we bridge the gap between America's people and America's Army. To do that, what we do in the Southern California Battalion with our great Army advisors is to recognize men and women who live a life of service so that we can recognize the service ethic, service to communities, service to our nation. And that way we can maintain the ethic of service within our people. And so tonight we're here to recognize Mayor Wood for living a life of service to his community and to our nation. And as we were sitting on Monday, he was showing me all of his pictures. I won't include the one with the Three Stooges, but the rest of the pictures, we saw a young man in a police uniform become a slightly older man in a mayor's uniform, in civilian clothes. And throughout all of those was the same service ethic, the same desire to serve his community, the same desire to serve you. So tonight we want to recognize him for all the service that he has provided to this community, particularly to the soldiers and former soldiers, the veterans that live in your community. And from the Southern California Recruiting Battalion, Mayor, thank you for living a life of service. Because I saw the mayor's table with coins from everyone, Marines, Air Force, Army, and Navy, I don't want to be left out. So I also want to present my battalion coin for your excellence.
Yes, and if I don't have it, I buy.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Oh, thank you. Don't wander off. Can I have you hold it for me now? Very honored. I really am. I haven't been in the service. I was a police officer. They didn't take me. I was already considered Homeland Security many years ago. I was thrilled to do that job here in Oceanside, but my father was in many wars, and I really miss him. Appreciate all he did for me, my family, and everybody else. But for the Army, I thank you for this. I'm sure it came to me from some other sources, is that I go out once in a while to Camp Pendleton, a Marine Corps base. The Army Reserves are out there, if you didn't know that. When they also get deployed, I go out to them for some of their transfers, some of their deployments, followed by when I go to the Wounded Warrior Group all the time for the Wounded Warriors get-togethers and fundraisers. Army gentlemen are there present, and I want to thank the Army. I realize we're Camp Pendleton, Navy, Marines, but there are Army out there, if you didn't know it. Secondly, these are our heroes, men and women from all around the world, but Army, the uniforms are the same, even though once in a while the patches are a little bit different. This is a real honor coming from a warrior and a former warrior, and I really want to thank the people who deserve the awards. That's all the military personnel throughout the world, the past, the present, and the future military personnel that makes the world safer for all of us. God bless you guys. I don't deserve this. They do, but I thank you for it. And behind me, the rest of the council are very, very supportive of the military. Certainly we are a military town. But back to you for what you came here for. You're the Army. I know you're recruiters, but like I say, even I knew that the number of people that go in the Army outnumber all the services combined. So I know you're here and you're part of this community. And like I say, once in a while, somebody in downtown Oceanside will see an Army man with some beret on. They go, who is that? But anyhow, the more you're here, the more they'll know about it. Colonel, I thank you for your services and the award. And I thank you all. Can I get a picture here and hold in? Thank you, sir.
I can't hold my stomach in much longer.
Yeah, neither none of us can hold our gut in that long.
The smile doesn't get any better.
Are you going to be in the area? Thank you, but I expect you're going to be back in the area doing some events and stuff I've heard about. And would you say a few words, or would you? Which one?
I'll take it. On behalf of the San Diego Army Advisory Council, we're trying to do a couple of things. As I mentioned earlier, we're a nonprofit, all-volunteer organization. I understand from the mayor there's a new veterans home here in Oceanside, so we're going to plan an event, hopefully in July, with the help of your Parks and Recreation Department.
40 veteran organizations, all in one.
We plan a fundraiser the last 2 weeks of July that we're already talking to your Parks and Recreation Department, and then we're planning a mud run later this year, and Valerie's put us in touch with all of those folks. So you're going to see more and more of us, Mayor, whether you like it or not.
I'll pay money if you get Valerie in the mud run. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for these gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Now, for our final presentation this evening, we have the Mayor's Youth Sports Recognition and Appreciation Award. And tonight with us from the Oceanside American Little League, we have the AA Royals. Their team manager and head coach is Mark O'Toole. Coaches happen to be Mike Dubois, Juan Hernandez, and Donald Vivian. And the glue that keeps it going, Team Mom Melissa O'Toole. The players, Eli Dent, Bo Dubois, Brody Fox, Jeremiah Goodwin, Kaleo Hernandez, Leo Hostetter, Gabriel Lopez, Mason O'Toole, Chase Reeder, and Demare Vivian. Please give them a warm welcome.
First off, ladies and gentlemen, if you have cameras, parents want to move anywhere you want to take pictures, we know that's what it's all about. They're on live TV tonight. If you want to go to, you tape it later, it shows several different times, number one. Number two, you can go KOCT and get a copy if you want for family, friends, and relatives. But mainly we have this, and I picked Team of the Week because they represent Oceanside. They have their names as Oceanside. They go out in all the little communities around here, sometimes county, state, and nationals, and they represent us, and they say they're good citizens. But more importantly, we also added in, this is a way to thank these parents back here, team coaches, team moms, that get involved with our youth, make them better citizens, and representing our city. So we get to say thank you to both of them, the kids that represent it and the parents that work so hard to help us out. We appreciate that, but I'm going to pass the mic to somebody else more important, whoever that is.
I just want to say thank you for the recognition, and you know, I just want to recognize the board of directors for the Oceanside American Little League. They do a lot. They volunteer a lot of their time in order for us to do what we like to do and coach the kids. So I just want to say thank you to the Oceanside American Little League, and they need everyone's support over there. Thank you.
And how'd the team do? as world champions?
Yeah, we're Double-A Royals, and I feel, I'm not being biased here, I think we have the best team in the league.
I sometimes have to agree. Good. Young lady, team on, tell them what you think.
We rocked it.
Rock. Get a good picture. Okay, Val. Okay, guys, smile. We also bring these kids here when later on they're really famous. I can say I knew them when. Mom and Dad up there with the cameras and phones. To the back of the heads of the other parents. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Let's hear it for them again, folks. Thank you all. I think that's it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for waiting. It's always a pleasure to honor our youth and our military, so that's nice. And if you want to turn your head around for one more of my priority people, for my heroes, you can say hi to the captain of Oceanside Police Department in Federal Rio. Say, hey, Captain. A former partner of mine when I was there, but he went way to the top. Okay, back to what we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some we have to jump around on. We got a little slow at the beginning, and thank you for your time here. Can we have item number 15, please?
Item 15 is adoption of a resolution endorsing the Keys to Housing Toolbox, which identifies regional strategies and actions to address family homelessness.
Good evening. Is that not on? Good evening, Mayor. Is that on?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The item before you tonight is the Keys to Housing Toolbox. Staff and the Housing Commission are recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution endorsing the Keys to Housing Toolbox. A variety of stakeholders met over the last couple of years, year and a half, to look at the issue of family homelessness. This group developed a toolbox that has a toolbox that provides a variety of strategies from which stakeholders can identify action items that can be incorporated into their own plans. The goal of the group is to end family homelessness in San Diego County by 2020. I'd like to introduce Don Stump, the Executive Director of North County Lifeline, who will be giving a presentation on the Keys to Housing Toolbox.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I actually have a pretty lengthy slideshow here, and I'm going to cut it short and go through some key pieces that I think will be important for us to talk about. First place, I'm actually not wearing my Lifeline hat here. I'm wearing a hat called the President of the Alliance for Regional Solutions, which is a collaboration of organizations and cities of which the City of Oceanside participates that's working on the Winter Shelter Network. And then I'm also wearing a hat which is I was on the Advisory Council of the Keys to Housing as a provider and a collaborator in the community. And what we know is that the face of homelessness is changing rapidly right now. If you close your eyes for a minute, you have a vision of homelessness, and the truth is that vision isn't true anymore. And the most recent economic times have really had a pretty serious impact on families. There have been evictions, foreclosures on houses. We've been seeing families in our programs that we've never seen before. And so homelessness is changing. We're also seeing a lot of elderly that are homeless. We're also seeing veterans. We're seeing female veterans with children. And so the face of homelessness is changing. San Diego Grantmakers, which is a coalition or an association of philanthropists, basically. So they're foundations, corporate sponsors that put out funding to the community. They decided that they wanted to get together and look at, with this diminished resources, what can we do with private dollars to help homelessness in the community? So a quick slide. In San Diego County, the school districts every year do a screening, and at the beginning of the year they determine that there's more than 13,000 homeless children in our schools all throughout the county. And it's really been a big impact, stretching families and stretching the resources of schools. So Grantmakers brought together a pretty diverse group of folks to talk about this, including me, including some of the other people in this room. And what they wanted to do was come up with a regional vision. And the result was they came up with 5 key areas that they wanted to focus on. Under those 5 key areas, there are 8 actions, essential outcomes they want people to take. And then they created a paper toolbox and an online toolbox of resources and information about what other cities, what other organizations, and what other communities and activists have done to solve homelessness in their community. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly, but of the 5, the first one is leadership, policy, and advocacy. So with limited budget, what can we do to start looking at how some of our policies are impacting families getting moved out of homes? The second is looking at coordination of services and resources through data. So representing Lifeline, there's a lot of services we provide. A lot of people don't know about them. Am I duplicating services with somebody else? How can we be more efficient in the use of the dollars that we have? The third is permanent affordable housing, and we all know that particularly in San Diego where the cost of living is so high, how can we increase the opportunities for medium and low income families to have affordable houses? And then the second is increase economic security and stability, which is trying to find ways for low income folks to sort of enter the American dream, make more money, get more education, get better jobs. And then the last is prevention. And I know as a service provider, it takes a lot more money to get somebody back into a house than it does to prevent somebody from being thrown out of a house. So this plan is, it's not really a plan, it's really a toolbox. We're really asking for the council to move forward with an endorsement or a resolution that says they support this toolbox that's been put together. And what we're hoping is that the grant makers and the coordinated group of folks that have gotten together to put this together will continue to support with private dollars and leverage and match public dollars to do more services for homeless. And now I'm going to do that speed through a lot of slides. So this is what the slides, this is what the toolbox looks like. This is what the website looks like. Focuses on what communities can do, what government can do, policy initiatives, loaded with stories about good things that are happening in our local community. So basically at this point we're looking at you guys to adopt a vision, encourage participants in your city like North County Lifeline to go into the Keys to website and use these resources and tools and take action in your community. So thank you very much. I'm here for questions if you have any.
Excuse me. Have a seat at the sidebar, please. Thank you. Public on this, ma'am?
We have no public.
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our resolution talks about each night nearly 1,700 children in the region live on the streets, in shelters, or in cars or other places not meant for human habitation. That's 1,700 too many. Move approval.
I'll second, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And further Councilman Kane, Kern Kane.
Yeah, the other guy.
Kern, the other gentleman. Yeah.
Just one thing, when I was reading through the staff report, that actually, my understanding that you are focused on episodic homelessness. So the long-term chronic homelessness that I think what most people think of is, when you said the vision of homelessness, and I think Councilmember Sanchez addressed that, it's just children, it's families, somebody that's lost their job, lost their home, living in their car for a short period of time until they find other accommodation. So I think that's the one thing that we need to really focus on, so it keeps episodic homelessness becoming chronic homelessness. So I know you and I work on different projects and gang issues. So I really wholeheartedly support this, because I think the quicker we can get in, the quicker we can solve this problem before it becomes a chronic problem, the better chance we have of actually solving some of this in a long-term process. So thank you.
With no further comments, go ahead and let's vote, please.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Madam Clerk, I will move to 27, please. And for the people in the audience, after item 27, we're going to have items off the agenda, which means speakers. I think there's a lot of you out there. Oh, excuse me. No, we'll get to that.
So, item 27, approval to deobligate existing home funds in the amount of $342,648 previously appropriated to San Diego Habitat for Humanity and the Fuller Center for Affordable Housing Projects. Approval of an MOU in the amount of $1,500,000 with North County Solutions for Change for assistance in developing an affordable housing project. Approval of a budget appropriation in the amount of $1,500,000 of home funds to fund the MOU, and authorization for the city manager to execute it.
Thank you very much. As mayor, I'll open this public hearing and ask for disclosures from council members. Jack, I'll start.
Only staff.
None. Staff and Housing Commission.
No contact.
Just staff.
Thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, correspondence and petitions.
No correspondence.
Thank you very much. With that, Dave, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Dave Manley, Neighborhood Services Division Manager from Neighborhood Services Department. The item before you tonight is approval of or the obligation of existing home funds, and there's one correction. The amount of obligation or appropriation will be $326,608. That's actually the amount of money that we need to spend by or commit by June 30th, and HUD made a determination just recently, and that's the number we need to focus on. So it's less than the 1.5, but enough to assist North County Solutions for Change to look for a project. We're also going to be asking for your approval of a MOU so they can start the process and going out looking for a project, either a multi-family existing project or vacant land to develop, and they have 180 days to do that. This item was brought before the Housing Commission at a special meeting on June 19th, and they did recommend approval of the MOU and appropriation of the funds and the obligation of the funds. We have a representative from North County Solutions for Change just to talk a little bit about their organization. I know most of you are familiar with them, but for the audience and people at home, Monty James with North County Solutions, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Have a seat, sidebar, and good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, and thank you, David. My name is Monty James. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development for Solutions for Change. Chris Megason sends his regards. He is on a well-deserved vacation out in Wyoming. He's actually headed back this way but couldn't make it this evening. So I want to thank you for your support. As you know, Solutions has been helping Oceanside families find permanent solution to homelessness for the last 11 years. And currently, we're placing successful graduates of our university in other cities because we don't have a property here. And indeed, 35% of our families come from Oceanside, so we're very excited to have your buy-in. The request in front of you is part of a $35 million 3-year regional initiative to solve family homelessness. It's called Finding Our Way Home. So far, we've been very successful. We're on track, and we've raised over $25 million. And we've developed projects in Vista, Bonsall, Fallbrook, Valley Center, and some of the unincorporated county areas. My main point tonight is I want to emphasize that we're not a network of temporary housing or shelters. We are creating permanent, affordable housing solutions for our graduate families. All of our graduate families, they work, they pay rent, their kids are enrolled in school, they have savings accounts, and they're committed to improving their economic situation. Indeed, we have a 93% success rate with our model over the last 7 years. This MOU, like Dave said, will give us 180 days. That should be sufficient time to try to leverage your money with additional funds and try to increase the scope of the work. And that's really it for my comments, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them as well.
Thank you very much. Have a seat side part with Dave over there. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
This is a public hearing item. Anyone who wishes to come forward to speak may do so. You may go to either podium.
This is for the public's opportunity, public hearing, either one of the mics. You don't have to speak, but we ask you, and it's because it's a public hearing. I'm sure most of you are here for something else. If I see none, I do none. I'll go ahead and close this public hearing and come back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move approval for the deobligation, the MOU, budget appropriation, and move to authorize city manager to execute the MOU.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have several seconds, apparently. Thank you very much for that. And Councilmember Kern.
No, I just want to comment that this is actually goes with the item we had before. We talked about episodic homelessness, and now we're talking about the chronic long-term homelessness that people face. So I think it's a good program, and Solutions for Change, Chris has done a tremendous job here in North County. So thank you.
I don't see any other signs, but I would like, could you please, Dave, identify the people in the audience from Housing Commission, anybody else that helped with this? I'd like to see them stand up.
I know we have the chair of the Housing Commission, Mrs. Parker.
Ms. Parker, would you stand up? I know you had a lot to do with this, and I want to thank you. You have a big heart, and I want you to stand up and come on down here and say hi. I did that just to make your husband jealous so he didn't get called up. So anyhow, thank you, Ms. Parker. I'm sure you have a word or two about this and helping people.
Yeah, I know the public hearing is closed, but this did go before the Housing Commission and was supported unanimously, and this is homeless prevention, and that's a good goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dave, anybody else? Thank you very much. With that, please vote.
Motion approved.
Thank you very
5-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, I said to be next. Real quick one. A closed session report from our city attorney. Only takes a few minutes, please. That's item number 23.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session to discuss two matters. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator on the status of negotiations with the Oceanside Fire Management Association. There's no action to report on that item. Item 2, conference with real estate negotiator involving the 5.7 acres of city-owned real property located south of North River Road between Calle Montecito and Redondo Drive. Under negotiations of the price and terms for the lease of the property to be used as a tow yard potentially for tows authorized by the Oceanside Police Department. The City Council voted 5-0 to reject the terms of the proposed lease and to terminate the current RFP.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this will be public communications items off the agenda. She'll get to it. I want to say, I know there's a lot of you here. They're going to address a certain issue. That's what you're here for, to speak. How many do we have total? I might have to cut the time.
22.
How many?
22.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may not all speak. Maybe somebody will say we all do and stand up. But if not, I'm going to have to limit it to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes. So if you would do that, Madam Clerk. And thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, the first speakers, Frank Pendleton, followed by Dan Zinman, Jimmy Knott, Chris Wilson.
Good.
Do you want 3 minutes?
Are these off the...
These are all
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
If they go over, I'll listen. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, before you come up there, good evening. How you doing, sir?
Ready? You ready?
Lights on, yes.
Hi, my name is Frank Pendleton, 1501 Anza in Vista, a 49-year resident of Oceanside. And recently, well, let me go through something. The City Council is doing a lot of things that everything comes in threes. You got your rear ends whooped for making the wrong decision on rent control. You are, from what I'm reading in the newspaper, talking about bringing back one-way streets in Oceanside. That was proposed by a city engineer, traffic engineer, that didn't even have a license. And it seems the third one you're trying to do, and you did pass, is some of us enjoy coming to your beach, and this town's based on tourism. For your local residents, and let me preface that before I do, I want to show you where you're at. A pass for all of the parks in the United States is $80, anywhere in the United States. A pass for the state of California, which I'm due for renewal, $125. And, I'm sorry, I listed down here. Your pass for the city of Oceanside, which I had here a second ago, for non-residents just went to $200 for 6 parking lots. That's a little absurd. I brought Mr. Weiss, I brought some photos for I'd like all of you to look at. About $4,000 worth of work to fix up the parking lots and stuff down there. There is no sand at the beach. $200 from $100. I was willing to give you the $100. You want $200 out of greed. I'm sorry, but this is going back in my pocket, folks. It's ridiculous. If you go down and look, they just finished dredging. You've got no beach. The new Kitty Land is within a couple of feet of the water. So compared to what you got, go back and take a look, because I want to real quick. Money's direct and indirect. I was at my barber the other day, and there was a sheriff there. He comes in every week. $520 the barber's losing, $120 he's losing $600. Angelo's is losing food. All these places that tourists come. You just said tourists go home. We'll be more than happy to oblige you, or what I would ask is that you will consider going back to the $100, because you said residents pay money. Well, non-residents pay also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
And by the way, if you would like, you've got my number if you want to bring this back to $100, because my $200 that you missed and his $200 is $400 you didn't get, it's $200 you didn't get, so you need 2 other people to pay for it. It's not working out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Zinman, you may go ahead and line up, and please state your name for the record when you speak.
Ready, begin. Dan Zinman. Honorable Mayor.
Just the mic some for us, please. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, we've all read about the water rates increase that's been proposed. Jobs have been eliminated, costs cut to the tune of about $600,000. On July 1st, the water utilities will sign an annual purchase order for 2 products that will increase pricing over 30% for fiscal year 2012-2013. This will represent an increase of $100,000 to the city, money that could be much better spent. I'm referring to ferric and ferrous chloride that is going down in pricing to other agencies, as indicated in recent 2012 awarded bids. The reason is that Utilities Department selectively chose some water treatment chemicals through reverse auction versus a closed bid that many agencies use currently. One bidder does not define an auction unless you push the Buy It Now button through eBay. In this case, you had only one bidder. They started high at $780. There was no other bids. Last year's price was $599. In 2011, the agency understood the logic and did not include the ferric and ferrous chloride in the reverse auction. They went to a closed bid, and they got competition. What's interesting is that when we're asked to quote on lower dollar items, they're required to get multiple quotations before making a decision, because what they need is competition. In this case, there's no competition. So what are the solutions that City Council can take? One, there's a clause in the bid that gives the city the right to reject any part of the bid. What I recommend is reject these 2 products. Go to a closed bid and get competition. Guarantee you'll see savings. The other option is to partner with agencies nearby to leverage jointly to participate in contracts. As an Oceanside resident, Tom Rosales is General Manager of South Orange County Wastewater. He welcomes your call, and we'd be more than happy to look at putting together some joint bids. Leverage, get better pricing. Remember, July 1st is only a few days away. I know that your time is very busy. Please look at the emails I sent with additional details that cover much more than 2 minutes. But July 1st is a date.
Thank you. We can't discuss it because it's off agenda, but back in the corner behind us, the other lady, that's the deputy city manager. Go talk to her for a second before I can get a number and stuff. Thank you very much.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. This last weekend, the mayor was into a function with myself on Sunday, and he had the opportunity to go to a concert that I didn't get to go to. And our dear director over at the Housing Department and also the head of our Parks and Recs told you about one of the concerts functions down at the Heritage Park, but there are other concerts. And I was asked by the chairman of OPark to make the announcement and to inform the public about these concerts which are coming up. Also, there has been some confusion about where this is located at. We've had a few people get a little bit confused, go around in circles, trying to find where Priory Road is and where Heritage Park is. If you go down to the Mission, and you go down Douglas, you take and go down there, there's a church right on the corner before it takes and makes the bend right there at that little stoplight. And the North El Camino in Douglas where it meets. You make a right-hand turn there, and you follow the road around, and that brings you right to Heritage Park, right in back of the Mission, so you don't get confused. Again, this is for every Sunday, for almost the remainder of the summer, from 4 to 6 p.m., and you're invited, and you have no excuse now for being bored in Oceanside. Thank you.
How you doing?
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Chris Wilson, 770 Harbor Cliff Way here in Oceanside. I just wanted to begin with a kudos. I realize that's not something that you all probably hear a lot, but I wanted to acknowledge the city maintenance workers who are in charge of streetlights who fixed a streetlight that was on 24 hours a day, less than a block from my house. And I actually submitted that request via the city's online repair request notification system, and they got it fixed in less than 24 hours. That's pretty impressive for any group, but especially much better service than you'd expect from government. So I wanted to throw out a good job to them and acknowledge them. The other thing I wanted to mention is that this past weekend was the American Library Association conference up in Anaheim, which I attended, and in the process of attending that, I got into contact with some people at Google who are interested in doing Google indoor maps of the city's libraries and some other buildings potentially here in the city. So I think that's an excellent opportunity, and if at some point action from the council is required to get them the information that they need in order to map the interior of our city buildings, I would encourage you to consider taking that action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next 6 speakers, and again, to save time, please line up at the podiums. First is Francis Kozerski, Ray Lutz, Crystal Coleman, Sandy Thurlow, Swadina Hurt, and Joseph Cruz.
Good evening. The light comes on.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This Saturday is the Freedom Day Parade. The Freedom Day Parade is a celebration of our freedom, Independence Day. It happens a week early. Tragically, in the city of Oceanside, we no longer have a 4th of July fireworks display. In times past, I used to see fireworks here at the pier. Now it's reserved to Camp Pendleton over here at the beach. I just want you to know that there is good news, however. At this Freedom Day Parade, OMHA, which stands for Oceanside Manufactured Homeowners Association, will have a float in the Freedom Day Parade. And this is the first time the OMHA, Oceanside Manufacturers Homeowner Association, will have a float. And I just wish to thank all the citizens who voted in the last election for supporting No on E, which had to do with vacancy decontrol, as this was going to affect many of the senior citizens and veterans in the mobile parks. Anyway, I just want to thank the City of Oceanside for having a Freedom Day Parade. It costs about $30,000, by the way, to sponsor a Freedom Day Parade. And I'm just hoping and praying that one day we will have a 4th of July fireworks display again. Maybe some sponsor out there would like to write a check. Anyway, thank you and God bless you, and happy 4th of July.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello there. Thank you very much. My name's Ray Lutz. I'm with Citizens Oversight. We heard some presentations tonight about the military and what an important role they play in our safety in this country. And also we want to thank our law enforcement officials for the role they play in our safety. Safety is a big issue for city governments because a lot of what you're here for is to make sure everybody is safe. Now, Oceanside is subject to one of the most severe risks in terms of safety right up the coast, and that is the San Onofre nuclear generating station. Now, I'm an engineer, and I took an interest in this shutdown that they had in January 31st of this year. I guess it was the 27th. Anyway, it was due to the steam generators that they had just redesigned. And they spent $670 million to do the best job they possibly could on these steam generators. They brought them back and they failed within 11 months in one case. They were supposed to last, they said, for 40 years. I really think it's your job as a city council to take a good hard look at this and make sure that you're on board with protecting the safety of your residents by taking a strong position to make sure that this plant is safe. And in my view, as an engineer, my recommendation is that it not be reopened. Because if they can't run it, spending $670 million any which way that given a full blank check, it's not going to run in an earthquake or a tsunami situation, which we are subject to here. So please take a good, strong look at this. We have some resolutions that you could possibly endorse and take up to shut down San Onofre and keep it shut down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. First off, Sandy, you pulled that mic down. You're standing in a hole.
I'm sure.
Unusual to be on this side of the camera, right?
Honorable Mayor and council members, it's good to see you this evening. And I felt bad about having to come and talk to you, seeing that you consider such important items as housing and homelessness and the good of our city. But the good of our city also includes the safety of our residents. I live here in Oceanside. I forgot to tell you my address. It's in Oceanside. And San Onofre is a real problem that I would respectfully request you to place on a future city council agenda for public discussion at a longer period of time and for experts to come and talk to you about this issue. I'd just like to ask everybody who is here to speak to this item and cares about this item to raise your hand or stand up.
That's all?
As you can see, there are quite a few people here who would like to address this item with you.
I appreciate that you highlighted them for us. Maybe they all don't want to speak, but we'll see that it was most of the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I didn't hear what he said. He called some names and I don't know. Hi. Got a sign, put it around front. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Crystal Coleman. I have lived in Oceanside for 27 years, and I currently live in Vista. I'm a mother. I have 3 children. I'm here tonight to ask you to place the item of San Onofre on a future agenda because I'm concerned about the safety of our children. San Onofre, as you all know, has been in the news recently because it's been leaking. What I have here are some pictures of the children who were victims of the Chernobyl disaster back in 1986. These children are all from Belarus, and that was the city that was hit hardest by the radiation from Chernobyl. And when I saw these pictures, the first thing I thought is this the legacy that we're leaving to our children? Is this the future that they have to look forward to? And I think that I can speak for everyone here when I say no. I will not allow this to happen to my children. or anyone else's children for that matter, because this is atrocious. They have given up their lives for something that could have been prevented if people would have taken precautions beforehand. And the evacuation zone that was recommended in Japan by the NRC was 50 miles. Oceanside is 22 miles away from San Onofre. We're not included in the evacuation zone currently. There's only a 10-mile evacuation zone. And Belarus was 17 miles away from Chernobyl. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's more than one speaker, if you call the name, there's two podiums. You can line up at the next one. That'll make things go faster. Thank you.
Sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Swadina Hurt, and I have been a resident of La Costa for over 25 years. I'm a UCLA-trained biochemist and most recently worked for the UCSD Cancer Center. I'm here tonight to warn you about the health risks associated with the San Onofre Nuclear Station due to its potential to release large amounts of radioactivity in the event of a nuclear disaster. 30 years ago, in 1982, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission had Sandia National Labs do a report called the CRAC-2 report, which was published by Congress. They showed that a meltdown at San Onofre would result in 300,000 casualties from cancer and 600,000 genetic defects, the type that you just saw. But 1982 was 30 years ago. Since then, over the past 3 decades, we've had tremendous population growth in Southern California, about 1.5 times. Thus, today, there would actually be 1.5 times more cancer and genetic defects. On top of this, we now know that radiation causes cancer and genetic defects 3 times more often than what we knew back then in 1982. This means that today we have the potential for about 4 million cancer deaths and genetic defects. There's only 8 million people within the 50-mile evacuation zone. We also know that fetuses are 1,000 times more vulnerable to radiation than adults due to the very rapidly replicating cells. And about 100,000 babies will be born severely retarded or with small brains from radioactive iodine. Children are 20 times more vulnerable to radiation than adults due to the rapidly replicating cells, so people will develop cancer at age 10 instead of age 50. This is actually occurring in San Clemente right now, just from the radiation that has been allowed to be emitted regularly over the past few decades. Girls have breast cancer at age 13. Boys have prostate cancer in their 20s. An alarming number of women have breast cancer, and the list goes on. My conclusion is that we are being endangered by San Onofre, and I urge the City Council to agendize this subject and help us in our efforts to shut it down permanently. Thank you for your time.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Joe Howard Cruz, and I think the Oceanside City Council, it's a particular privilege to speak to you, so I thank you, Mayor Wood, and members of the council. I come to speak to you not about this message. The message I come to speak to you is not about conjecture or something that may happen or may never happen. I come to speak to you about a matter of record that has already happened and will soon become part of the record. Several years ago, San Diego Gas and Electric and Southern Cal Edison made the decision, as San Onofre was ending the period of its functional lifespan, that they would refurbish and upgrade the generating stations. They did so, spending $700 million. This was accomplished approximately 2 years ago, and the purpose of this was to extend the life of the plant another 40 years. Then on January 9th, station number 2 was shut down, and 3 weeks later, the other station number 3. it was found that there were serious engineering flaws that created a safety hazard with leaking radiation. And I went to San Juan Capistrano last Friday. There were over 500 people there. They had some of the top nuclear engineers, scientists, and other engineers present there. They answered all questions, and they dealt with one subject only, and that was the stations. We know it's going to cost at least $200 million more to extend the life of this. This is a financial disaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 6 speakers, and I apologize if I pronounce your name wrong, Bob Peshelke.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you come up to speak, she's got your name and address, but could you tell us what city you're from? Some of the council members would like to know. Thank you.
Torgan Johnson, Jean Stair, Grace Van Thilo, Arlene Marioli, and Mavid Marioli.
Good evening, sir. City you're from, please.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Bob Peshelke. I live here in Oceanside.
Thank you, sir.
And, well, basically I'm retired. My wife still works. My mortgage is underwater, so I'm going to be here a while. Anyway, I could talk like many very good speakers and a lot more knowledgeable than I am about the continued threat of San Onofre Nuclear Generation Station, but I wanted to look at something a bit differently. A couple of speakers have mentioned how much it costs to replace the generators in number 2 and number 3 stations. There was a number 1 station. It was decommissioned in 1992. The reason being, at that time it would have cost $175 million to bring it back into service, so it was decided at that time prudently, I think, not to do so. Now, at this point, I can see that you'd be frustrated by seeing a group of us here protesting San Onofre, and certainly that's a federal matter. You're not directly responsible for it, but what sorts of things could you be responsible for? I suggest that, for example, making sure that residents of Oceanside have reliable electrical power could be one of those matters. 2002, the legislature of California passed authorized the formation of CCAs. That's Community Choice Aggregators. This bill authorizes either any local governments, groups of governments to form nonprofit associations to purchase electric power. Now, electric power infrastructure, delivery infrastructure is a natural monopoly, but generation certainly is not. We need the CCAs will support a true open market, a free market for electrical generation. They can have smaller generation. Basically, we need to diversify our electrical generation because nuclear power simply is not dependable enough, apart from all the dangers of that type of plant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Johnson is not here. Jean Stair.
If your name is, come on up.
Hi, my name's Arlene Mattioli, and I live in Encinitas. I've been a resident there since 1971, and I don't have a lot of facts and figures, but I have enough knowledge to know that if we don't really pay attention to what's going on at San Onofre and make sure that it doesn't come back online unless it's absolutely safe, that's the most important thing. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. I worry about everyone's children. I may not be here later, but my family will, and a lot of other families will, and I hope that you'll give this your best attention. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
My name's Gene Stone. I'm from San Clemente, California. I'm a founder of Residents Organized for a Safe Environment. And tonight, our environment is safe. San Onofre is closed, and the Geiger counter here reads 15 millisieverts, which is in the normal range for Southern California.
Can't hear you that well on the mic.
I'm sorry. My Geiger counter here, my IRAD Geiger counter that was made in San Marcos, is reading normal. But the question is, what would happen if it's not normal and we have an accident? There are many factors to be weighed in. One of the most important factors is this allegation of safety problems at Songs. You'll see here by the red line that Songs has the highest number of safety allegations for over 5 years running in a row. So there's an ongoing problem there with management and the workload that goes on there. And we've seen that in the last 6 months by almost every 2 weeks, a new problem at Songs. So I would encourage you to put this item on the agenda at the future so that we can come and give you a little bit more information of all the facts and figures that we've found out over the last few months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause, it's okay, I can't stop you, but minimize it so we can get the speakers through. I had a long agenda tonight, but thank you. That's why you're here to speak. Go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Maria Mattioli, and I've lived in Leucadia for 42 years. It's a pleasure to be here. I've never been to any of these meetings before. The reason for my visit today is to raise the awareness for San Onofre. I have brothers that surf there. This is a beach community. It's a beautiful community. I do not want to be running from the wind that is radioactive. I am not prepared to uproot myself and move to Arizona or move somewhere else. Everyone here is talking about health effects, which cannot be measured. These things go on and on. They come into the DNA. One thing that nobody mentions here is money. And I know money speaks a lot in government. And everyone here, their property values would drop. Businesses would be null. Our beach community would not be what it is. People would be uprooted. And I think it's really, really important that we take a very close look at San Onofre and possibly shut it down. My heart says shut it down. No radiation is safe. Not even a little speck of plutonium is safe inside of your lung. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Grace Von Tilo from San Clemente, a concerned resident in San Clemente. We're urging the Oceanside City Council to consider placing San Onofre nuclear plant concerns on an upcoming council agenda, as many of the Southland cities are doing. Cities located within this 10-mile emergency or the 50-mile ingestion zone are realizing that to carry out their own city's safety mandates, the dangerous plant concerns must be addressed. The realities of Fukushima Daiichi, San Onofre's closeness to earthquake faults and the tsunami zone, and the growing problems with the steam generators addressed recently by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, independent nuclear scientists, and international, national, and local advocacy groups all agree that the plant must remain shut down because root causes, mitigations, and cost to ratepayers are still unknown. The LA Times recent editorial also stated that rather than relicensing, Edison must figure out and develop ways to generate needed power in sustainable resources of solar and wind. So please agendize the following actions: letters to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Governors Jerry Brown, Senators Feinstein and Boxer, calling for the extended shutdown. Ask for third-party independent verification of all NRC decisions, and to carry out your city's mandate, urge the Department of Energy to take care of the 1,400 tons of radioactive waste that is sitting right next to the 405, the 5 freeway, right next to the only north-south train service, and the essential Camp Pendleton base. Likewise, the National Academy of Sciences will be conducting cancer studies, and Oceanside is within that study area. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, the next speakers, Kendra Ulrich, Ace Hoffman, Susan Wilhoit, Randy Ziegler, and Leslie Gall.
Good evening.
Good evening. Kendra Ulrich, Friends of the Earth, Washington, D.C. So I came a long way to speak with you.
A long way, didn't you?
Like many of the other concerned citizens here tonight, I wanted to draw the council's attention to the San Onofre issue. One of the angles of this issue that's been hinted at tonight that has not been discussed in depth is the economic angle of the steam generator issue and the impact on ratepayers in this community and in other communities in Southern California. Now, one of the important aspects of this to understand is that the San Onofre steam generators are critically flawed. They're defective equipment. I was at the NRC meeting on June 18th, at which the NRC disclosed that the computer models used to test the design produced an error margin of 300 to 400%. Now, if Boeing produced an airplane that had a 300 to 400% error margin, we would not allow them to patch the wing and then take off. So these steam generators are unfortunately on the ratepayer dime, $671 million for defective equipment that will go into effect in January. So I urge the City Council to take a look at this issue and get pressure on the PUC to reevaluate the prudency of operating the San Onofre reactors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Good night. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ace Hoffman. I live in Carlsbad. I've lived there for a couple of decades. I eat in Oceanside. I've swam and entered your body surfing contests.
You're the one, huh?
No, I'm not. I wasn't the one that won. San Onofre is a very important issue. I brought some documents. I see this overhead.
Overhead, right there.
Here we have, this is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is one oversight group. The INPO is another one. This is the private, the utilities themselves. And inside this, so this is their public report. They don't make a lot of public reports. But if you go inside this, they're going to talk about probabilistic risk assessment. A company in Germany just recently, the Max Planck Institute, sorry, not a company, determined that chances are that the risk of an accident at San Onofre or at any reactor is about 200 times greater than we had been thinking. This was just a month or two ago this was released. Oh, my time's running out. Probabilistic risk assessment, it was a 1938 earthquake, one earthquake, that they decided how much protection they needed at Fukushima. And for tsunamis, it was a 1960 Chilean tsunami. That's one event for each one. You can't do probabilistic risk assessment that way. I have here a book. This is by a friend of mine, Dr. Richard Webb.
Upside down.
He predicted what happened at Fukushima. There was no reason to expect it. What are we going to do with the waste? That's a book that was came out in the late 80s that was going to tell us exactly what to do. We were going to put it in Dr. Malcolm. That's what they call the plan. It's the Screw Nevada plan, and it's been as close to canceled as you can possibly get. So there's no solution to the waste. The accidents that have been happening are expected. They're going to get even worse if we let them keep happening. So please get involved and try and get this thing shut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Susan.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Susan Wilhoit, and I live in Cardiff by the Sea. And I'm here to tell you that San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station is number one. We're number one, but not in a good way. Here's a chart, and these figures are taken from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission website. Oh, okay.
We have copies of those. Somebody before you asked, I'll pass those out. We do have them.
Oh, you do have them?
Well, you can put it down there too, but we have them up here.
Oh, okay, wonderful. But what I want to tell you is that we have 144 safety violations, There's 64 nuclear generating stations. Each one of these offenses can count for one or multiple safety violations. And there's, out of the 64 nuclear plants in the United States, there's 7 of them that have single-figure safety violations, less than 10. We have 144. This is in 5 years, from 2007 to 2011, and they have the most safety retaliation on the on the employees. I better get to what I want to say. Dr. Albert Einstein, who they used many of his formulas and such to form this nuclear power, he said, "Our world is faced with a crisis that never before has been envisioned by its whole existence. The unleashed power of the atom has changed everything save our modes of thinking. Thus we drift towards unparalleled catastrophe." Let me highlight that. He said it has changed everything except our modes of thinking. He said that in 1946, and I think he's one of the sharpest tools in the shed. And please put us on your agenda, and we can tell you some more.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Randy Sigler. I live in Carlsbad. I'm here concerned about San Onofre. I would like you to know that I really appreciate Oceanside, the transit center, the library, the beautiful beaches, but why would it want to live next to a toxic waste dump? And it is a toxic waste dump as long as that plant continues to generate nuclear waste. I went to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission along with the Edison Company, where they were giving us their findings of why they had to close down the company. And I found a public relations man there that tried to explain to me the vocabulary, the terminology that was used in their agenda that they provided the public to try to understand what was going on. He did a very good job of describing some of the terms that were involved, which I didn't have any understanding of. However, I asked him, I said, is there a way we can deal with nuclear radioactive waste? He said, that's light years away. There's no way we can deal with it or we can make it harmless. The rest of the world doesn't want the waste that we're neighbors to. Neither does San Clemente. The game here is to not create the waste that the future generations have to live with. We shouldn't have to live with it. We have to find a way to deal with this waste if we want to protect our DNA, if we want to prevent mutations, and if we don't want to die of cancer. This is a serious safety issue, and it applies strongly to our cities, particularly the neighbors of such a dangerous enemy. This city concerns itself with an enemy. This power plant is an enemy of serious concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Leslie.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Wood and City Council members. My name is Leslie Gall, and I'm with Visit Oceanside, and I want to speak quickly on item 29 because I'm not able to stay tonight. I just want to respectfully ask that you uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve those projects. The developer represents a quality small business that operates beautifully appointed vacation rentals in units in Oceanside. The quality of architecture and design that his units bring to the area not only enhance the beauty of the area and help property values, but they also warrant higher ADR for visitors coming in, and this means more tax dollars generated for the city's general fund. In addition, the units that he operates in the area are primarily comprised of vacation rentals, allowing more public access to the beaches. So I just respectfully again ask you to uphold the Planning Commission's decisions on these projects, as they will have no negative impact on our residential streets, whether they will become an increased revenue source for the city of Oceanside. Thank you.
You know you can't talk on items on the agenda, on off agenda, but we'll let you slide, Leslie. Thank you. She's sneaking out real quickly, I notice. Anyhow, go
That's
ahead.
all the speakers.
That's all? Ladies and gentlemen, the people that came here tonight to speak from other cities, thank you. We appreciate the information. It's not that we haven't heard it from staff and other people, so we are looking into it, and I thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. With that, I'd like to ask the city clerk to go back to some of these items that we got on the agenda, a long agenda. I'd like to go to number 25 first, please.
Public hearing, item 25.
Yes, ma'am.
Adoption of a resolution establishing maximum rates for the collection of waste matter within the city, adjusting the current solid waste rates by 1.48%, which will result in an increase of 29% to the basic residential solid waste and recycling rate, and will be applied to services provided under the solid waste contract.
Thank you very much. As the mayor, I'll open the public hearing and disclosures, please. Again, Jack, I'll start with you.
Only staff.
None.
Staff?
Staff.
Staff and some public.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, correspondence petition.
No correspondence.
Thank you very much. And with that, who is doing it tonight? Colleen, not Carrie. Okay.
Good evening. Today I'm here to present the solid waste.
Colleen, I can't see you. The glare off your ring is blinding me.
Today I'm here to present the solid waste rate adjustment for fiscal year 2012-2013. The city contracts with Waste Management of California for solid waste disposal services.
Colleen, can you hold on 1 second? Ladies and gentlemen, we still got Councilman. If you want to talk, could you move outside? We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. My council member couldn't hear you. I apologize. Thank you. With that, go ahead.
The franchise agreement provides Waste Management the opportunity to request an annual consumer price index adjustment effective July 1st. Per this request, Waste Management service fees will increase by 2.96% CPI effective July 1st. The last adjustment was made in 2008. The CPI adjustment is to provide for an increase in monthly rates, which will provide needed revenue for services related to the solid waste contract for the collection, transfer, recycling, processing, and disposal of all solid waste materials. The increase also supports new contract provider services such as automated collection, CNG service vehicles, and the small quantity generator program. The 2.96 increase is based on the national all-city CPI calculation. Basically, the national all-city CPI calculation was weighted at 100%, which resulted in a 2.96% increase. Waste Management is allowed to request the higher of the two adjustments. The city's previous contract provided for a benchmark process every 5 years. Benchmarking studies completed in 2005 and 2008 resulted in rate reductions, 4.5% in 2005 and 5.4% in 2008. These savings have been set aside into the Rate Stabilization Fund. The Rate Stabilization Fund allows the city to offset rate increases to our solid waste contractor. The current rate stabilization fund would be greatly burdened if we were to pass on the full 2.96% rate increase to the fund. It can inherently lead to significantly higher rate increases to the public in future years and less funds being deferred to the RSF. Historically, the Integrated Waste Commission and the City Council have directed staff to consider smaller yearly rate increases to the public using the rate stabilization fund to supplement. The 2.96% rate adjustment to Waste Management becoming effective July 1st. However, staff proposes only a 1.48% rate increase to ratepayers, which would be effective August 1st. I do need to correct the table below. There is a correction. The current rate is $19.44. The rate with a 1.48% increase would actually be $19.72. That is a mistake in the staff report. The amount of the increase would be 28 cents a month in regards to the regular typical rate for a household. The city waste service fee of $3.77, which is beyond the $19.44, would remain the same. And that is for your street sweeping, your landfill maintenance, etc. This slide shows the residential service rate structure. Again, the current rate is $19.44. That rate would be changing to $19.72. The payment to Waste Management, $17.21 out of the 1944. That would change to $17.72. The balance currently is $2.23. However, if you look at the allocations within the 1944, the stormwater cost would remain the same at 64 cents. Contract administration would remain the same at 58 cents. The rate stabilization fund, in the past, we have passed on $1.01 into the rate stabilization fund. This, if the rate increase was to be effective, it would turn into 78 cents into the rate stabilization fund. Staff is here today to recommend that the City Council approve the franchise provider's annual adjustment to the maximum contractor compensation. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution increasing maximum solid waste user rates by 1.48% and to increase the maximum contractor compensation under the contract with Waste Management by 2.96% and direct staff to further implement the user rates and franchise provider charge increases. That is my presentation for the evening.
Colleague, thank you very much. Seated sidebar, Madam Clerk.
This is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak on this item, please come forward to either podium.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Nutt, 127 Sherry Lane. My manager of my park and I discussed this earlier today, and she and myself had a similar question, because it wasn't really discussed into the presentation, is how will this affect multifamily communities like mobile home parks? You know, we do not get the street sweeping. We take care of our own streets within our parks. And there's just, you know, it was noted that this is one of the benefits that residential homeowners get, but we do not. So we were wondering about the costs for multifamily communities like mobile home parks. Thank you.
Notes for later. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Madam Clerk, I see none, but I'm going. Colleen, do you have any comments for the question, or City Manager? No, Mike?
In regards to multifamily, the increase is across the board, so it affects all rates. So there is an exhibit, a rate exhibit, in the staff report that identifies the rate changes and the potential increase. So depending on what service the multifamily have, if they have a 3-yard bin, for example, a 3-yard bin service, a pickup one time a week, the impact to the customer, if it was to be a 1.48%, if I'm looking at it correctly here, would be approximately a $1.37 increase. So it depends on the service, but the increase does apply to all services provided by Waste Management.
Thank you.
And as Colleen mentioned, Mayor and Council, a lot of it is going to depend on the particular situation as to the size of the bins they have and the amount of pickups they get on any given week. But if you look at, Mr. Knott, I'm happy to give him a copy of Exhibit A, and he would just need to talk to the manager and see what their current service levels are, and they could just pick off of here which ones they have, and it will show the increase.
Thank you. As Mayor, I'll close the public hearing, come back to the Council. Leslie, could I have you guys, thank you. Thank you very much. Back to the Council. I have no lights on, so that makes it pretty darn easy. Councilmember Kern.
I question about the $1.7 million that they pay us in the franchise fee. Does that go? We're just putting it in the general fund. We're not putting any of that money towards rate stabilization.
Mayor and council members, that's correct. That is not part of the rate stabilization fund that's set up within your current rate structure.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Move approval.
Thank you. I'll second. Thank you. Any further? If not, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you, Colleen. Appreciate it. And item number 30 next, please.
Item 30.
Yes, ma'am.
Introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 13, Solid Waste and Recycling of the Oceanside City Code to modify mandatory solid waste disposal requirements and to update various provisions to conform to existing practices and services provided under the current solid waste contract.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, open the public hearing. Disclosures, please.
Staff only.
None.
Staff.
Staff.
Staff only.
Thank you very much. Correspondence, petition, Madam Clerk.
No correspondence.
Thank you. With that, hey, long time no see. Welcome back, home.
I think you just want me to sit up and down. Staff is recommending that the City Council adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 13 of the City Code. Recommended amendment will modify mandatory solid waste disposal requirements. Will modify solid waste disposal requirements and will further provide updated provisions to conform to existing practices and services provided under the current solid waste contract. Code amendments will also support city efforts in meeting state-mandated reporting requirements. The following slide details the code sections that would be amended. Again, this is to update the current code to meet our current services. The last time the code was amended was in January 7th, 1998. So with our new contract in regards to automated collection, the bins, things like that, and also the definition of solid waste to include recycling needed to be updated to accommodate our current services and our current state mandates. There's no major fiscal impact from these proposed amendments. There, however, may be minor administrative costs which could be recouped through minimal application of fees for administrative approval. And really, that is my full presentation for the evening. Staff recommends again that the City Council adopt this ordinance to amend Chapter 13 of the Solid Waste Code.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Sidebar for a few seconds. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
This is a public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Please come forward.
Madam Clerk, I see none. I'll close it. Come back to the council. Council Manager Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we introduce the ordinance.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further comments? Mr. City Attorney, thank you.
Thank you. This is the introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Chapter 13 of the Oceanside City Code by the amendment of Sections 13.1, 13.16, 13.18, 13.19, 13.25, 13.28, 13.29, and 13.33 to modify mandatory solid waste disposal requirements and to update provisions to conform to existing practices and services provided under the current solid waste contract.
Thank you, sir. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 26, please.
Item 26 is adoption of a resolution approving an amendment to a regular coastal permit for the addition of a 213-square-foot roof deck and an exterior stairway on one of the units of an existing 5-unit multifamily development located at 508 South Pacific Street. The applicant is Richard Williams.
Thank you very much. Mayor, open this public hearing. Disclosures, please.
Staff, and I've been by the place.
Yes, I've been by the location and believe I may have spoken with the applicant.
Staff.
No contact?
Staff only.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, correspondence or petitions?
No correspondence.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Community Development Commission. Today we're considering project proposal 213-square-foot roof deck and an exterior stairway at 508 South Pacific Street. The site is right here and right there. The existing flat roof here will be converted into the 213-square-foot deck. The exterior materials and colors will match the existing residence. Proposed deck railing is 23 feet high, which is well below the maximum height of 27 feet. This is the particular project site, particular unit. That is the roof deck. And that is the stairway coming off the here. Then showing the stairway. And that is the looking down on the stairway and the roof deck. We believe that the proposed stairway and roof deck are consistent with the existing building design and is also consistent with the land use policy of the local coastal program. With that, we recommend that the Commission adopt the resolution approving an amendment to the regular coastal permit to allow for the 213 square foot roof deck as well as the exterior stairway. With that, that will conclude staff's report or staff's presentation. The applicant's representative, Alan Tita, the architect, is here too.
Thank you very much. Sidebar, please. Madam Clerk.
This is the time for the applicant to speak. You have 20 minutes for a presentation and a rebuttal if you so choose.
Good evening. Remember, you have 20 minutes for comments or rebuttal after public. Save minute, time, or not, whatever.
Great. Good evening, City Council. My name is Alan Tita with Tita Architecture, 300 Carlsbad Village Drive, Carlsbad. I agree with staff's recommendations, and I'm here to answer any questions. And just as a note, this project is very much in coherence with the other units adjacent to it. So just to add that note. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have plenty of time left, needless to say. Madam Clerk, public.
This is a public hearing. If anyone wishes to address this item, please come forward.
Madam Clerk, I see none. I'm not sure you want to use up your remaining time. You have none. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Come back to the council. Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question, why does it need a stairwell? Is there other places that have stairwells on that, of those type? Or do they access it through the bedroom? You want to answer it? He kind of came forward like he wanted to answer that question, and it's always best to hear from the applicant rather than staff.
Sure. We reviewed many different options. A lot of the other units adjacent to us access it through an internal circulation path. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible in this unit at all. So we took the easiest route, which was attaching to an existing balcony at the second story and just creating a cantilevered stairway. So an internal stair was not possible. The only way to get an internal stair to work would be to raise the roof. So, or completely damage the interior floor plan. It'd be a completely different renovation.
Oh, okay.
So this unit really wasn't set up to provide an interior stair when it was initially designed.
Okay, because I noticed on even the thing on the screen that I guess the unit next to it already has a roof deck. Is that
correct?
Am I getting that correct? And it'll be similar to that one. So, okay, I just wanted to know how that went together. So I'm going to actually move approval of the amendment for a regular coastal permit and for the addition of a 213-square-foot roof deck and an exterior stairway for one of the units of the existing 5-unit multifamily development located at 508 South Pacific Street.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. And Councilmember Sanchez, did you wish to speak or just the... Thank you. Deputy Mayor, you had your light on. Is that it? Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Good night. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, when you have the time, item number 29.
Item 29 is the appeal of Planning Commission resolutions number 2012-P15, P16, and P17, approving the conversion of 3 existing single-family residences to duplexes with the addition of 1,409 square feet and a new third story to each structure at 811, 813, and 815 South Pacific Street, and adoption of resolutions upholding the Planning Commission decisions and approving the project South Pacific Street duplex conversions. The applicants are RevX Pacific South, LLC, Evergreen Hebron, LP, and RevX North Pacific, LLC. The appellant is Beechin, LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. Looking at the pictures. Mayor, open this public hearing and ask for disclosures, please.
I have walked the site, had a discussion with the applicant, and I have not had any. I've had a staff discussion as well.
I've visited the site, spoken with the applicant, spoken with the appellant on similar issues, and staff.
Staff, some phone calls on the issue, and the applicant.
I am familiar with the site. I am also familiar with the applicant's other project that is similar, have received lots of complaints about that project. I have also received a lot of communications from neighbors that are opposed to this project, and I have discussed this with staff.
I have talked to the applicant and the applicant's representative. I've been by the site. In fact, I drove by there this morning to look at the parking. We've all, I think, received emails for and against the project in the last couple of days. And so I think this has been to the Planning Commission 3 times, where so far I think it's 21-0 for approval. So we'll see how it goes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, correspondence petition.
No correspondence.
Thank you with that. I'll go ahead and let staff take it. Good evening. Good seeing you.
Mayor Wood, members of the City Council, good evening. Russ Cunningham, Senior Planner. These 3 projects come to you on appeal after being approved by the Planning Commission on 3 separate occasions. The projects were first approved in November of last year. Following this first approval, the appellant argued correctly that the projects should be subject to approval of a development plan as well as a regular coastal permit. So consequently, the projects were brought back before the Planning Commission for review of both a regular coastal permit and development plan in March of this year. Subsequent to that second public hearing, it was determined that proper mailed notification within the required radius had not occurred. And so for that reason, the project had to come back a 3rd time following proper notification. And that was in April, and the project was unanimously approved for a 3rd time at that time. I will tell you that upon learning that the county tax assessor records do not identify all of the rental units within the notification area, staff required that the applicant physically canvass the notification area and identify these additional units that are not picked up by the tax assessment records, and those units were notified of this evening's public hearing. In the interest of time, I've distributed copies of staff's presentation, much of which I'm going to forego. I can discuss existing conditions, I can provide a project description, I can outline applicable development standards as the council desires, but my intention will be to just focus on the concerns expressed by the appellant and by other stakeholders. If you need or desire more context, you can let me know. In several letters, the appellant has enumerated as many as 26 points of appeal. I'll try to address these points thematically, not individually, but I am prepared to discuss any particular point of appeal as the Commission desires. The first theme is height standards and the definition of basement. 8 points of appeal speak to building height and the definition of basement, with the basic argument being that the proposed additions would create a 4th story and place the buildings over the 35-foot height limit for the RT zone. The appellant maintains that staff is misinterpreting provisions of the zoning ordinance related to building height and the difference between a story and a basement. While conceding that some of the provisions are open to interpretation, staff is confident that these provisions have been interpreted and applied properly in this case. I can parse the definition of building height, grade, basement to the extent that the council sees fit, but the semantic arguments that the appellant is making about what certain terms mean are not, in staff's view, borne out by the nature of existing beachfront development. More specifically, there's ample precedent for daylighted basements on the beachfront, many of which were approved under the standards of what we now refer to as the 1986 zoning ordinance. The Planning Division has been consistent in its application and interpretation of both building height standards and the definition of basement as expressed in this ordinance, and this is evidenced by the nature of beachfront development as it exists today between St. Malo and Wisconsin Avenue. The existing residents were approved as 2-story structures with daylighted basements at the beach level under the previously applicable 1992 zoning ordinance. The basement configuration of the existing structures would not change under the proposed duplex conversion and third-story addition. So in short, the beach level of habitable space that exists now was a basement when the structures were approved in 2005. The beach level remains a basement today, and under the now applicable provisions, the beach level would continue to be a basement were the project before you approved and implemented. In response to the appellant's concern that the application materials do not sufficiently demonstrate that the beach level of these structures constitutes a basement, staff requested and the applicant provided additional information, quite detailed information, including both graphics and numerical analysis that show that the beach level actually quite easily conforms to the definition of basement. I can share these exhibits that demonstrate how the beach level qualifies as such if you're interested. I'll also point out with respect to height, the code allows building height to be measured to the ceiling of the uppermost story of the building. With that in mind, staff indicated to the applicant that what we could support was height that fell entirely within a 35-foot envelope. In other words, that roof and all appurtenant structures would fall under 35 feet, that there would be no projections above the 35-foot point above average finished grade, and the projects before you do conform to that vertical envelope. The appellant further argued that the proposed additions would impact public view corridors in the area. We've done quite a bit of field observation in the area. We've taken a lot of photographs. Staff can really find no evidence in support of this claim, nor has the appellant provided any photographic simulations or other evidence to show that public views would be impacted. 3 points of appeal speak to on-site parking resources, claiming that required on-site parking cannot be provided in a tandem configuration and that the proposed duplexes should be subject to parking standards for land uses such as rooming houses, lodging houses, private clubs, hotels, and motels. These units do not meet the definitions of those land uses. If we were to apply a hotel or motel designation to these residences, that would be inappropriate, but if we did so, the parking requirement would actually be less than that under the residential designation. The existing 4-car tandem garage in each of the units provides sufficient parking spaces to meet the parking requirement, which is 1.5 parking spaces per unit. And technically, these garages provide 1 surplus parking space beyond that 3 parking space requirement for each of these duplex structures. The zoning ordinance neither explicitly allows nor disallows a tandem configuration. Given the extent to which parking is at a premium in the coastal zone, staff believes that it makes sense to allow tandem parking on a case-by-case basis in these areas. In this case, staff has consistently observed, as I indicated, we have spent a lot of time out here in the 800 block, and we've consistently observed, and residents have in fact commented that the existing tandem spaces are highly utilized, and thus it's reasonable to assume that they will continue to be highly utilized in the future. Staff does appreciate the concerns about parking demand that is generated by vacation rentals in this block and elsewhere on South Pacific Street, but on the issue of parking, some history and context are somewhat important. Prior to 2005, these 3 properties accommodated 6 dwelling units with no on-site parking. Immediately to the south of these 3 properties, there are 2 lots that currently accommodate 6 vacation units with no on-site parking. At the south end of the block, near the intersection of South Pacific Street and Hayes, there are 9 vacation rental bungalows with no on-site parking. And across from the subject properties on the east side of Pacific Street, properties that front onto both Pacific and Tate, you will find in those areas garages that have been converted into dwelling units. You'll find very frequent illegal parking that blocks access to garages, and you will find that the majority of those garages are not utilized for parking. So that provides some history and some context that speaks to some of the challenges, the on-street parking challenges that exist on this street, really irrespective of these three properties and the projects before you tonight. I've got photographs that can demonstrate some of those conditions to the extent that you're interested. I will mention that while it isn't established as a formal point of appeal, stakeholders have expressed concern about the lack of pedestrian access across these three properties, across the street frontage. And as you know, that is a common condition on the west side of Pacific Street. Pedestrian access, pedestrian travel is impeded by many features. And so as a condition of approval, we have, and the Planning Commission supported this condition, we are recommending that parking be prohibited in front of these garages so that pedestrian flow could occur here unimpeded. A potential consequence of this is pushing cars to the other side of the street. So that's just something that we want to point out, let you know that that condition is present. If it's something you want to reevaluate, we can talk about it further. The appellant has commented that other development standards are not met. I will tell you that they are, with the exception of landscape standards. You know that these lots are very narrow. It is physically impossible for these lots to meet the landscape standard of 60% plantable area, given the dimensions of driveways and pedestrian walkways. So to mitigate that fact, when these projects were approved in 2005, there was the requirement that enhanced paving be placed at the street frontage, and that exists there today. Point of appeal is that the project should be subject to CEQA review. I can tell you that they qualify for more than one categorical exemption from CEQA review. Should you have other questions about CEQA review, City Planner Hittleman can speak to those. Excuse me for moving away from the presentation. And then finally, with respect to land use, as noted, these properties have and likely would continue to function as vacation rentals. The residential tourist zone has the purpose and intent of accommodating tourist and year-round visitor-serving facilities by providing permanent and transient residential and related uses to serve all income levels. The RT zone is primarily designated on onshore property to optimize public access to the beach. These are some of the development standards that apply within the RT zone. And I'll just conclude with some reference to the Coastal Act and the city's local coastal program. The land use designation here comes from the local coastal program land use plan, which designates these properties mixed high-density transient residential. And the purpose and intent of that zone is to allow both high-density residential use and transient accommodations such as hotels, motels, tourist cottages, and seasonal rentals. This section of the Coastal Act, the State Coastal Act, establishes a basic goal of the coastal zone being to maximize public access to and along the coast and to maximize public recreational opportunities in the coastal zone. And this last section that I'm citing establishes the goal of the use of private lands suitable for visitor-serving commercial recreational facilities having a priority over private residential, general, industrial, and other types of land uses within the coastal zone. So with that, I'll conclude. Offer this recommendation that staff finds the proposed duplex conversions and the associated additions to be consistent with the policies of the LCP, the purpose and intent of the RT zoning district. It's our position that the additions would be compatible with the surrounding built environment, would not impede existing public views. Again, I can share with you exhibits that demonstrate that, and for these reasons, we recommend upholding the Planning Commission's approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a seat, sidebar. Madam Clerk.
At this time, I want to explain the process. The appellant will speak first. He has a total of 20 minutes for a presentation. He may save some of that time for a rebuttal later. There are 3 applicants, so according to the city code, they are allowed a total of 30 minutes to be divided equally between the parties or divided as the parties agree to. Following that will be the public input and then back to the appellant for any rebuttal. So at this time, it's time for the appellant.
Evening. 1 second, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eric Schreiner. I'm a registered lobbyist. My address is 750 B Street, San Diego, and I represent Beechin LLC, the owner of 901 South Pacific Street, Unit 202. We are here tonight because the applicant illegally converted 3 vacation rentals into 6 vacation rentals and had to actually remove 3 of those vacation rentals after a code enforcement action. Now they've actually gone to the city now and submitted an application to go ahead and again bring it back up to 6 vacation rentals. The applicant has a history of ignoring Oceanside zoning regulations, from using additional units to structures, parking in the sidewalk, holding weddings, corporate events and assemblies in residential buildings, holding disruptive parties, causing excessive noise, and just plain being a bad neighbor to most of the community in this area. Over the last 3 years, numerous members of the community have testified on the impacts these vacation rentals have on the community. We have heard about large numbers of persons staying in these units, the rooftop parties, inappropriate activities on the rooftops and in hot tubs, loud parties lasting all night, lack of parking, vacation rentals using all available public parking, and cleaning vans blocking the sidewalk. Now the applicant proposes to double the number of units available for rent at these 3 properties. This is just going to go ahead and increase the impacts on the community. Why does it matter that the number of units will double? Because these vacation rentals are operated as a hotel-motel and must be treated as such, and because up to 72 guests can be accommodated in these units. Applicant advertises that allows up to 3 guests per bedrooms in these units. This means 72 guests on just 3 lots. Furthermore, applicants' operations include more than just these 3 units. They include almost the entire block. The occupancy levels for all these units can be in the hundreds. Yet no CEQA review has occurred because the city claims these projects are exempt. The latest public notice claims that the Class 1 exemption applies, but the draft exemption notices use the Class 3 exemption. At the previous Planning Commission hearing, the city had first proposed a Class 1 exemption and then it changed it to a Class 3 exemption. So it's a little confusing what they're proposing, but if the city proposes to use the Class 3 categorical exemption tonight, then the city must renotice this and use the correct exemption. Furthermore, the Class 3 exemption does not apply for at least 3 reasons. First, the exemption does not apply to motels and hotels, and therefore does not apply to vacation rentals such as these units. Second, the city ignores the cumulative impacts of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time is significant at this location. Applicant has also applied to increase the number of units in occupancy at least 4 other sites on the same block. That has not been addressed by the city. Again, total occupancy could be in the hundreds for all these units that are being proposed by the applicant. Due to the project location, the small size of the non-conforming lots, the occupancy levels, and use of the 3 sites in combination with all the other vacation rentals operated by applicant on the same block result in a coordinated motel-hotel operation. The categorical exemption does not apply to this project. Furthermore, this project does not comply with the city's own zoning regulations. You cannot approve these projects tonight because the project fails to comply with those zoning regulations. Oceanside limits structures to 3 stories. An exception applies for basements or cellars that meet specified criteria. This project, however, does not meet those. At the Planning Commission hearing, staff actually went ahead and proposed changes to the definition instead of actually using the definition that's in the zoning ordinance. Staff unilaterally made 2 changes to the basement definition. First, the word ground was changed to grade. Ground level, however, is used to calculate grade, so the 2 terms cannot be the same. Second, the term less was changed to more than the vertical distance from grade to ceiling. Personally, I've never seen anything like this. Staff does not like what the definition states, so staff goes ahead and just changes the definition. Staff, however, cannot do so. Only the City Council with Coastal Commission certification can do so. Why does staff decide to change the definition? Because the bottom floor, the so-called basement, is one, not located partly below and partly above ground, and two, does not comply with the vertical distance measurement specification. By changing ground to grade and less to more, the bottom floor magically qualifies as a basement. Staff's changing the zoning ordinance makes even less sense since staff is actually attempting to describe, although only partially, a cellar. Why doesn't staff just declare the so-called basement a cellar? It's because it doesn't qualify. It seems odd that they went to so much trouble to define these terms and how to do the calculations for a basement or cellar determination if staff is just going ahead and ignoring those definitions. The city had proposed to modify the height regulations a few years ago, but refused to actually adopt those proposed changes. Staff is now attempting to oppose some of those changes by outright changing the definitions to fit what staff wants to allow for this project. Staff is also miscalculating how you calculate grade. For calculating the number of stories in a structure and to calculate height, grade is the most important defined term. Staff again changes the definition of grade. First, staff has declared that ground level is grade. It seems difficult to measure grade if ground level is grade, and grade is the average of ground level. Second, instead of calculating grade from ground level, staff uses finished floor level. Third, instead of calculating grade at the center of the walls of the buildings and within the footprint of the existing building, staff takes measurements from near the building outside the building footprint. While this is allowed where there is a sidewalk, the only sidewalk borders South Pacific Street. Strangely enough, at the Planning Commission hearing, staff testified that there was no public sidewalk fronting the buildings. Finished grade at the center of all walls for this project is 13 feet MSL, except on the east wall along South Pacific Street located within 5 feet of the sidewalk. Using the correct grade measurement, the bottom floor fails to qualify as a basement or cellar and therefore exceeds the 3-story limit. The zoning ordinance requires that there be 2 height measurements for properties in the RT zone. The first measurement is specified in the RT zone, and the second measurement is specified in the city's general zoning regulations. Unlike other zones, in the RT zone, building height is limited to 35 feet unless a conditional use permit is issued. Building height is precisely defined. You measure building height starting from a measurement point that is the average level of the building site covered by the building, then measure to the ceiling. Applicant, however, is measured from a point in the air about 11 feet above the floor. The height of the floor for the garage. This completely ignores the space below the garage. The portion of the building site covered by the existing building was graded as entirely flat, so calculating the starting point for measuring height is easy. The plans clearly state that ground level under the building is 13 feet MSL. Since it is flat, average ground level is even easier to calculate. It's 13 feet MSL. The ceiling of the uppermost story is 50.67 feet. A simple calculation shows that the building height is 37.67 feet, which exceeds the 35-foot height limit. As for parking, as has been stated, 3 parking spaces are required by the zoning ordinance. Besides being inadequate for a structure like this that's being used for a vacation rental, applicant cannot provide 3 parking spaces that will actually be used by guests. Guests are not going to go ahead and use tandem parking spaces. The Coastal Commission sometimes allows tandem parking spaces, but generally that's only been allowed if you provide valet parking. This property is not going to provide valet parking. If you had a real hotel motel, it would be feasible to go ahead and provide something like valet parking. That's not going to occur here. Furthermore, staff has repeatedly stated that vacation rentals are allowed in the RT zone, and the decision makers have taken this to mean that they must approve the project because, well, everyone believes it goes ahead and complies with the zoning ordinance. This is not the way it works. Just because a use is allowed under the zoning does not mean you can bury your head in the sand and ignore the project's effects and that you have to go ahead and approve the application. No one disputes that the use is allowed, but the number of units and the occupancy is regulated first by the zoning ordinance, and second because you have discretion to go ahead and approve this or to condition the approval so that it conforms with the community. Doubling the number of units at these 3 sites is not allowed. You do not have to approve these projects. The approval is discretionary, and you have a choice tonight. We request that you deny the application due to the impacts the project will have on the community by doubling the number of occupants and because the project does not comply with the height regulations and the other regulations I've discussed tonight. and also in the 3 letters that I submitted to the city. I'll save the rest of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you have about 10 and a half minutes left. Now is the time for the applicants. Again, you have 30 minutes.
Are we on here? Good evening, Mayor Woods, members of the council. My name is Paul Longton. I'm the architect and the applicant's representative. And I think Russ, as always, did an admirable job of making a presentation. And this is an argument that we've had 3 times now with the Planning Commission, and we got the unanimous vote each and every time. And we know that we've interpreted the zoning ordinance language correctly with the building height definition and with the basement definition. I think about the only thing that I would choose to add is that the condition, I think it may be number 39, that addresses the not parking in front of the garage. I'd like to see that removed because this would be the only project up and down the street that has been required to have had that condition. And truthfully, I think it would relieve parking on the street by allowing people to park there. And when we had a neighborhood meeting a week ago, Saturday, and people that came across the street that really weren't supportive of the project, and it was their time to chat, and I imagine they'll have something to say here tonight, did say that the tandem parking was in fact used on the buildings, these buildings right here, and that generally people from out of town would just soon have a place, even if it means asking somebody to move so you can get your car out. That makes your car safe and off the street, and I think the notion that the vacation rentals are bad neighbors is not a good argument, because generally the management company manages most of these properties on this block, and if there's a bad neighbor, then the vacation rental management is the one that receives the blowback on that. So I think that's all that I have for now, and I would save any additional time for rebuttal.
And there is no rebuttal. The applicant is
Then I
only
won't say
led a
that time.
presentation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now is the time for public input. For those who have turned in slips, I will not be reading your name. Please come forward at this time. You may use both podiums.
Good evening, ladies. You can use both podiums and stand in line and wait, or sit up front. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And
please, when you get ready, pull your mic down so we can hear you, and watch the lights, please.
And please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Betty Stewart. I live at 816 South Pacific, directly across the street from this hotel. I've lived there almost 8 years. And when I moved there, there was just the one 809, and we had our beach cottages, we had tranquility. I'm here to tell you that these 3 places that we're talking about tonight are listed as single-family home. Yes, they're in the books as Mr. and Mrs., Dr. and Mrs., but from the day they were built, they have never been a single-family home, never. It's been rent from 2 days to a week, however much you can afford. We're not through with this because they've still got a quarter of the block to go and keep putting these houses up. But anyway, I'll get on. I just want you to know that these are rentals. There's never been a family live in these. And they spoke of the basement tonight. I also want you to know that the basement is bedrooms and bathrooms. I watched it being built. I lived there when it was being put up. We're locals, and I've lived there, as I say, almost 8 years now. We've lost our view, clear up the hill, all the way up high, don't know what the top street is. We've lost our tranquility. and we've lost our peace by this hotel living across the street. The parking is abominable. It's abominable. We locals, I happen to have a garage, thank goodness. If I'm ever going to have a guest, I need to move my car out sometime during the day, sometimes 2 or 3 blocks away, so that somebody can park in my garage. And it isn't just the tenants from this area, from the hotel, it's the maids, it's the workers that are there. They do not have night supervision there, although I was told they're going to hire somebody for the summer, so they're not even aware of the noise. The noise, again, is abominable. The honking of cars, the goodbye all the way up the street, doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot, clear to the corner, both sides. Car alarms going off. A fire alarm went off the other day for over an hour. Carpet cleaner, he has his car out front, and when he turns the motor on or it's a truck, it's a high-pitched buzz. Doesn't make any difference if it's a holiday. We had it Easter, we have it Sunday. It doesn't make any difference when it is. These places are huge. Each of these row houses has 9 bedrooms and 9 baths. They're asking to put something up top. When I tell you this will be 4 stories, the paper says 3, this will be 4, because the basement is bedrooms. And they want something up top. They already advertise 2 rooftop bedrooms among these. Do you think this is going to be a rooftop bedroom? Or according to the man I talked to that runs this, it's going to be a playroom. They've got a playroom. They got the whole Pacific Ocean. And that's what they're there for.
Wind it down, ma'am. Your time is up.
I'm sorry. Okay. I appreciate your time. I want you to know, and some of you are with the developers. It makes me very sad because we, as Oceanside, are now becoming a cement jungle. And I wish you'd please think about this because we're not through there on Pacific Street. Sorry to go over. This reminds me of the alarm we listened to the other day, only it was 50 times louder in our ears.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Senser. I am a resident at 901 South Pacific Street. I have the same concerns as the woman who just spoke. Our biggest problem is definitely not a single-family residence. Never has been. The parking is atrocious. The noise is atrocious. We're not transient people coming and going and not having to listen to it, 1 week and then it's gone. It's there constantly. The people are constant. The parking problems are constant, and we have the same situation. If we ever want to have any guests, a single guest, we need to move our car out of our garage and find a place on the street at a time when there isn't an occupant over there. And I know that there's the property of the bungalows has also been a situation that they want to tear those down and put up another one of these structures. So there will be an additional structure maybe someday if this is allowed to go through. Hopefully it can at least curtail what's going to happen with that in the future. And I would hate to see any more addition to these 3 so-called family residences because, again, they are, as the other lady said, a hotel. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council people. My name is Richard Salk, and I live at 811 North Tremont. And I don't know, this seems like a no-brainer to me. You can put different spins on a lot of different things, but this is purely greed. They built this project 5 years ago. It's not what it was supposed to be. Now they want to add more square footage to bring in more people, more traffic, worse parking, and they have the gall to stand up here and talk about other people in the neighborhood converting garages, or their parking has been this way for years, so let's just continue creating the problem. There's a time to say, no, we're not going to do it. I love Oceanside. I want to remain living here. I would hate to see it get to the point where you just can't drive down Pacific Street. There's some cities in this country that are not allowing vacation rentals anymore. And by the way, vacation rentals are bad neighbors. I don't know how many of you live next to a vacation rental. It's not much fun. I'm happy to say that the block that I live on which is a small block, 8 homes. It turns into dead ends. There are no vacation rentals. The block next to me, when I take walks, during the summertime especially, the places are just mobbed with people. They're outside, they're drinking, they're yelling, they're screaming, they're having parties, and I feel sorry for the residents that live next door to a vacation rental. Property management, they don't really do much about it. I mean, yeah, they'll come knock on the door maybe 2 days later, but they're not going to come running down and telling these people to knock it off. I just think it's a no-brainer. It shouldn't take place, it shouldn't happen, and I hope that it doesn't. And I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Craig Campbell, and I'm here to talk to you about these homes, which
need your address.
901 South Pacific.
Thank you.
And actually, I guess I would like to start off by inviting any of you who have listened to some of the falsehoods that have been stated here about what good neighbors these people are and how the management company gets the blowback and all that. Please come visit us. Stay with us. You won't be able to find a parking place, but we'd be glad to have you there, and you can see what it's really like living next to this hotel, because it's terrible. These homes, as you already know, are over 4,500 square feet each, 9 bedrooms. There's no reason to add over 30% more square footage and additional living areas. The parking is horrible. As a father and as a son, I can't walk with my parents down Pacific Street because there's no sidewalks, and the cars that stick out, we have to dodge around. It's a health and safety issue. You folks have an obligation to your citizens of Oceanside. The only people that are going to benefit from this development is the developer and his financial partners. So I'm here to ask each one of you tonight to support the appeal and overturn the Planning Commission. There is no reason, no reasonable justification, and no legal basis for allowing a 4th floor to be added to this, and it is a 4th floor. Thank you very much.
Beverly Holtz, 901 South Pacific. They mentioned that they had a neighborhood meeting. We live like 4 doors away, and none of us were notified of this neighborhood meeting. So I have no idea what that was all about. We were not included. We've been included in everything else as far as from the city, the notification stuff you've given out. As everyone has mentioned, it's noisy, it's crowded. There's trucks coming and going with rental equipment, catering equipment. They have a lot of weddings there. They go into the night. There's a lot of noise. It's not quiet anymore over there. And we happen to have underground parking, but believe me, we park out at 7 in the morning if we have guests. And that's for the weekend. And so it's not the way it used to be. They are blocking people's views. They're a very attractive building. There's no question about that. But they are exceeding the limitations of the city, of the Planning Commission, of the rules that we've all, asked to follow. And they do park in the driveway all the time, and you cannot walk down the street. It is impossible. So I would hope you would overturn this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eileen Campbell. I've been a homeowner at 901 South Pacific for 12 years now. It used to be, when I say used to be, a very quiet, nice neighborhood. It is anything but that. My children are here with me, the reason being my daughter, who's 10. When we walk in front of these properties, the cars, the SUVs, are parked on the sidewalk. My children and I, we have nowhere to walk except in the street. My daughter has almost been hit and killed several times because we have nowhere to walk. Secondly, I'd like to bring up, like my husband said, if you'd like to come to our unit any Saturday night, the parties, the people throwing up over the side of the buildings, throwing beer bottles in the front. Make sure you wear shoes. If you walk in front of the units down by the beach, you will step on either throw up or glass. The language that is coming from the properties, the music at 2 in the morning, if I go over there and ask them please to keep the music down, the language that my daughter has seen and heard is unexplainable. I don't know how people can live like this or be allowed to have people live like this. It is horrible. So I'm here to say, I'm fed up with it. Something has got to be done. How can children be, how could they be expected to be raised like this? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi.
Good
My
evening.
name is Carla Edwards, and I work at 3355 Mission Avenue in Oceanside. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the City Council members. We're asking that these additions of over 1,400 square feet each not be permitted. The buildings are already massive view-blocking, access-inhibiting boxes to be filled with dozens of transient guests that have disrupted an otherwise peaceful and cherished residential neighborhood with excessive noise, parties, vehicles, and the general revelry that happens when a couple of dozen or more people get together for a little vacation. The responsibility of the approval process is to the people of Oceanside, those that live here. Any approval process must include consideration to the property, the size and the shape and the zoning, and the proposed use in order to protect the adjoining properties and neighborhood. The large, quote, houses that have been built on the 800 block of Pacific Street have been constructed under the deceptive guise of being a residential property. Each of them has been constructed with the intent, purpose of being a component of a rental operation that by its name looks to monopolize the beachfront rental, at least in this 800 block area of Pacific Street. A rental business operation that advertises its components for a minimum stay of 2 nights. The area surrounding these components is residential. The property on which the components are built is zoned RT, residential tourist. That does not include the construction of a resort or hotel. The construction of a resort or hotel would require adequate parking for the high-density use. Because of the way these houses or components are being used together under one rental program, maximizing the number of bedrooms and people in them, and with the minimum of a 2-night stay, they clearly are a high-density use. The neighborhood's parking is being glutted with the vehicular traffic caused by this high-density use. The character of the neighborhood is being ruined by the high-density use with a rapid turnover of hundreds of transient guests. These are not renters. These are resort guest stays. The city has acknowledged and is aware of the use. The city is aware of what is being done. We're asking that you not turn a blind eye to this blight, but instead complete the requirement of the approval process, which includes taking into consideration the proposed use in order to protect the adjoining properties and neighborhood. These projects and their proposed additions do not comply with the setback requirements, the height restrictions, and the myriad of other points in which they stray from the codes and requirements. But most specifically, the impact on the neighborhood is damaging and destructive to those that are already there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Hunter Campbell, and I'm at 901 South Pacific Street. I just wanted to say that 9 years ago when my grandparents bought the place there, we were able to look out of our balcony at the beautiful pier with Ruby sitting out there and see all the lights. And now, every Saturday night, pretty much all we see are people jumping in and out of the hot tubs, screaming music, loud parties, and our view is gone. And the parking is awful. Every time my sister and I try to walk to the beach and we try to take the streets, we either have to go across the street to the other side, or I have to put myself out in traffic and put my sister close to the cars and be a target to the oncoming cars. And it's not safe for any of the kids or the parents or any of the kids riding their scooters on the street because there is no sidewalk, because these big suburban Escalade ESVs are taking up all the street, and it's not safe. So I hope that you do not approve this for the safety of the children and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Leo Mann. I live at, I actually have a home at 803 South Pacific. I've been there for 10 years. I watched them built. I've seen how they've been used. And unfortunately, I disagree 100% with the Planning Commission and their discussion of the parking. The situation that is there is deplorable. Originally, when they were built, they discussed at the Planning Commission meeting that he was going to allow people to park over behind the stores and the parking over there and shuttle people. That never happened. This is a business. They're LLCs. They're there for ROI. If you add 1,400 square feet, you're going to have to add the number of people to get profit and revenue out of that 1,400 square feet. You have a terrible problem. Why exacerbate it? It is wrong to put something in that's going to affect the entire community to bring profit only to the owners of those three properties. The word calling them an addition or a duplex is a joke. They are businesses. They're LLCs. They're there to make money. I'm not sure they rent for 2 nights. I couldn't bet on it. I'm sure I've talked to people that have been there for 1 night. But there's no restriction to how many people they put in there, and they pack them in as deep as they can. That problem of walking in front of those cars, behind those cars on that side of the street when cars are nosed in, I have seen people come very close to getting killed. I'm a cyclist. I've almost been killed there. It is not acceptable. And I think the city is going to end up, if it's not stopped, regardless of whether you go on with this building situation. First of all, you got to demand they do parking if you consider you're going to add. There's no reason that they can't come up with parking. If you're going to call it a high-end place, you're going to bring people in, you owe them a place to park the car. I don't think any of you would like to walk blocks to go to a vacation resort. It's ridiculous. But they're already there before they find out. That's not in the ads. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Greg Lafreniere, and I live on 8...
Pull the mic up. You're pretty tall. Yeah.
My name is Greg Lafreniere, and I live on 822 South Pacific Street, and I'm here to verify that all of what they're saying is true. There is no parking. There's wild parties over there, people out in the street, walking around, drinking, and just being generally disruptive. And if you walk along the ground level along the beach by past the Strand, you can look inside those places and see that they're living spaces. They've got what they're calling a basement. Has looks to me like they've got a kitchen in there and who knows what else in there, but it's just a full house inside there, and they're not even including that as level 1. And for them to call these single-family residences, it's a hotel, just like they're saying. They just pack as many people as they can in there. I've never seen a single-family residence that had busloads of people go in there, teams of people. And I think that we should definitely not pass that fourth story, because if you walk across the street on 822 South Pacific Street where I live, you can see how they're just blocking off the whole ocean view. I don't know what's going to happen later on when they tear down the second row and build up. They're going to really have to build up to get over the front row. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know if this will show on the whatever it is to show here. Not very good. Anyway, my name is Sam Oliver, and I live at 834 Tate Street. Good evening, Your Honor, council members.
Good evening.
That's the entrance to the beach, right next to all of these homes that are going to be going in. Now, we're talking about 3 right now, but when I drive by there, there's 6 permit signs going up. 6 permit signs of places that are already there that are going to be torn down and built up. So if you add 6 more to what's already there, my daughter and I went to the beach today, and this is where I took the picture. We had to go halfway to the pier to get to the beach. There's no beach. So that's my big concern. All of these people, they got nowhere to go. Now, I've heard In time, we may get it replenished. That's down the road. We got a lot of good things going on in Oceanside, and I want to commend who's ever responsible for it. I don't want to knock Oceanside, because you guys have done a lot of good things. But this scares me. That one block area is just overdone. It's just overdone. And I have lost half of my view from where I'm at now. I'm going to lose it all if this keeps going. And they take the little shacks down. I call them cottages because I like them on Hayes Street there. If they take those down, I mean, my whole view will be gone. And I'm just one of many. But you're doing a lot of neat things. The coastal trail that they're building along there, the new hotel, the Marriott that's being planned, the tin fish under the pier. I mean, there's so much good going on here. Main Street Mission Avenue being redone. This is bad, though. It's not all bad. I know it's revenue. I don't want to knock it totally, because I know we need the revenue. But look at one block. There's not another block in Oceanside that's got that much jammed in there, and you're going to build a lot more. I mean, there's 6 more, not 3 that we're talking about, 6 more. Think about it, gang. You guys are going to be the ones that send it on in years to come. That's going to be one ugly block. Sorry. Thank you very much for your
Thank you, sir. Might want that later.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
Public. Any public?
Public. If not, it's time for the appellant's rebuttal. You have just short of 11 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think I'll need the full 11 minutes, but I'll try to move quickly here so we can proceed tonight. First, I want to address that the city has gone ahead and denied applications for this block in the last 3 years for vacation rentals. In fact, there was a project that we opposed that was denied by the city on this very block. Second, I just wanted to talk about, we talked about, the staff had mentioned quite a few places that don't have any parking spaces whatsoever. I think it's important to note, however, that those places were essentially grandfathered in. I believe all of those places were built before you even had any parking requirements, which is why they don't have any parking spaces. So they go ahead and try to do anything else on those properties, of course, they would need to go ahead and bring them into conformance. Third, I think we need to sit down tonight and think about how dense do you want this area to be? How much development do you want to see? How many people do you want to really see staying just on this one block here? I mean, this is just one block in the city. You got to remember, too, these are really small lots. None of these lots here conform to the zoning ordinance. None of them meet the minimum size requirements. None of them meet the minimum width requirements. And what we're putting here are these extremely large, I don't even want to call them residences, we're calling these hotels on this block. And you have to remember, too, that none of these have any of the facilities you would see in a hotel motel. In a hotel motel, you have facilities to have the linens, you have closets to go ahead and do the laundry, you have places for employees. None of that exists at any of these facilities. So what's happening? They're parking on the streets, they're using up the entire street, they're causing traffic in the area, it's causing more of an impact on the community. This is not functional for this block. This block has already been maxed out for what it can handle, and now is the time to go ahead and put a stop to increasing the density of these buildings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That's it.
Thank you, man. Close the public hearing and come back with the council. Councilmember Kern, please.
Does staff want to address any of those things that were brought up by the appellant?
Before, we're getting a request for a break.
Oh,
5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick 5-minute break, please. If you're here and you've been sitting out the doors, up the stairs, restrooms, water, sorry, 5-minute break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm kind of waiting slowly for one more council member, but we'll go forward because I see we have council members that lit up their light. Thank you very much. Council Member Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, excuse me, I'm sorry. To be fair about it, I already recognized Council Member Kern.
I don't know where he's at. Shall I go ahead and start?
Let's see if he's in the back. Yeah, I don't know where he went. I already called on him. I already called on Kern. So.
Look, you guys notice I was gone?
Yeah. You're just testing us, I know.
Right.
Anyhow, we're back. Councilman Kern.
And I guess the first thing, and I was going to ask this before the break, if to clear up some of the things that were said. Obviously, there was one confusion point about the exemption 1, exemption 3, or whatever that thing was. Could you explain that?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and Council, the Planning Commission approved the project under Class 3 exemption, which allows duplexes, and we found in our review that beyond a reasonable doubt there's not going to be any significant environmental impacts from the project.
Okay. Well, I mean, the idea that's what staff does. I mean, so anyway, let's go on with this then. I just wanted to make that cleared up that there was one thing there. One of the things I keep hearing was the parking, and then we talk about condition 39. If we remove that, or can we remove that? Because I was by there today and there was cars parked in the driveway. The idea that and I think that's 3 parking spots or something like that, if we make them not park in the driveway, doesn't that just impact the parking more? Russ, you got an answer for that one?
Councilmember Kern, as I stated in my presentation, there is that condition that would prohibit parking in the driveways. We still stand by that. The Planning Commission supported that condition, but I did want to bring to your attention that that is the likely effect of that condition, that it would push cars to the east side of the street, to the curb frontage there. We believe that pedestrian safety is first and foremost a priority. That other consequence is an unfortunate one, but we'd like to see pedestrians have unimpeded passage across the frontage of these and other properties in this block.
Okay, thank you. I was there this morning, and I walk on Pacific Street quite a bit, usually the north part all the way down to Wisconsin and back. There's a lot of cars, especially in North Pacific, that park in their driveways. Now, they don't block the sidewalk. I mean, obviously, that's the rule that we have, that you can park in your driveway as long as you don't park across the sidewalk. And to me, there doesn't look like there's a sidewalk there because it just looks like a driveway. On that side of the street, it looks just, in fact, there's some places where the houses are probably within 10 or 15 feet as you get down there. There'll never be a sidewalk on the west side of Pacific Street. So there's a sidewalk on the east side for pedestrians. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, council members, and I can address that as well. The intent, for particularly in these newly developing areas, was that there would be contiguous sidewalk, and when these properties were built, even though it's decorative pavers, those pavers are in the public right-of-way and were intended to be the start of what would be a continuous sidewalk for that whole block. There are a couple places where there's some improvements that would need to be made, but where those cars park now, it's actually not the driveway, it's actually in the public right-of-way.
So we're classifying that as a sidewalk?
A portion of it, yes.
Right away. So because the idea that I would like to see 39 eliminated, but the idea that it sounds like we cannot do it for code.
Until there is a continuous pedestrian passage from one end of the block to the other, we cannot go out and write tickets for it. But the intent was eventually that those properties on the west side would have a public sidewalk, if you will, even though it's decorative pavers for a portion of it, where there will be continuous opportunities for pedestrians to walk.
But now it sounds like we're not going to enforce that.
Well, right now you can't because you don't have, you do have properties to the south of this that are subject right now. I think they have applications pending with some other minor improvements. You will have, depending on when those projects come forward, you would end up having a continuous path of travel for that block.
Okay, so right now if we leave 39 in, they can park in the driveway until the sidewalk's completed. Once the sidewalk's completed, then they can no longer park and across the sidewalk. I know that's on. I had another issue with a resident on North Pacific just this last week who grabbed me on my walk, and he was parking his Jeep up in the little right-of-way area because it was open, but he got a ticket, and I had Brian Ford go out and talk to him today, and I think that problem's resolved. But they park in the driveway, not blocking the sidewalk, because I do walk the sidewalk. So we will leave that in. I guess we just to do that. You know, I understand the concerns of everybody here. I'm sure they were brought up at the Planning Commission all 3 times that this was brought up to the Planning Commission. I mean, I think right now it's, like I said before, it was 21 zip. The idea that the Planning Commission agreed that this is an allowable use and a use that would actually be for that area there. You know, I can't see any reason to uphold the appeal. I mean, I understand the concerns of the allowed parties, but that is a bad neighbor issue. That is not a building planning issue. Whether you live in a single-family home or residence and if you have a bad neighbor, you have a bad neighbor. Obviously, if there is some issues after 10 o'clock at night, you can call the Oceanside Police Department, and they will enforce the noise ordinances and the party ordinances and all the other ordinances that we have. It seems like we have a proliferation of them, and they will enforce them. So, I understand their concerns, and I sympathize in some ways with that, but if they meet all the conditions of approval, I just can't see denying the approval. And I think the Planning Commission saw that all 3 times that they saw that. So I'm going to make the motion to deny the appeal and move to approve the Planning Commission's approval of Development Plan D12-00001, the regular coastal permit RC12-0001, the Development Plan D12-0002, the regular coastal permit RC12-0002, and the development plan for D12-003, regular coastal permit for RC12-0003, and for the conversion of the 3 existing single-family residences to duplexes with the addition of a 1,409 square feet and a new 3rd story for each of the structures at 811, 813, and 815 South Pacific Street. If I can get a second on that from somebody, and then we can discuss.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, but the idea is that, you know, yeah, is the beach changing? Yes. Has it been changing for years? Yes. I mean, if you went back 50 years ago, Pacific Street was dirt road. I mean, so it's changed, and it's one of the things that we have to probably accept in this area here, that there's always a pressure to change. So the idea that we have the rules, we have regulations, and if these people follow the rules and regulations, I think they should be allowed to use their property in the way that they see fit, and as long as they meet all those criteria. Planning staff is, I'm sure, spent hours and hours talking with the applicant, making sure that they complied with all the rules. So that's why I can't see any reason to deny them the project. So with that, I'll listen to my colleagues.
There you have a motion and a second. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are 3 subnormal or smaller lots, only 25 feet wide. And basically what this would be is to have up to 5 bedrooms in each unit. These are duplexes for up to 30 bedrooms on 3 smaller residential lots. This basically, in effect, is the Dr. Fishback hotel model that somehow went under the radar. I suspect that the public notice issues that this project had probably happened when the first project was approved by the Planning Commission, because I heard a lot of complaints about this hotel-motel issue soon after it was built, and it was, I saw the flyers advertising up to 100 people can sleep in these, have your wedding here, and the nightmare that this has created for Oceanside residents and city services is just, phenomenal. Approval of these projects would unlawfully create a hotel without addressing all the environmental impacts of such intense projects. At the very least, there should be some kind of a parking management plan implemented, enforced, something that the city could issue some kind of a violation if there were any problems at all. And let's talk about that. What I see here is a privatization of the first public street from the coast. This project basically takes away access to everybody else. No pedestrians access. Certainly you can't drive through. And that the first public street is basically sacred under the Coastal Act. If you can't have access to that, you can't have access to the coast. And what I see is that everyone else is going to be blocked from access to the beach. This is also changing the character of the neighborhood. And, really, except for those that are, and I hope you stick around and you fight these, this conversion to a commercial district is what's really happening here. I am dismayed that our planners think that what was a standard. It was a very high standard that there are no impacts. I mean, obviously there are. Obviously we've been getting complaints. I know I'm not the only one getting complaints. It's not consistent with our LCP and the Coastal Act because it is changing the character of the neighborhood. It is privatizing the first public street, and on top of all that, the commercial, I'm concerned about creating the public safety issues for the pedestrians. Now, the pedestrian part is the Coastal Act and the LCP. The public safety issue is our issue as a city, that we should be able to protect our residents. And we heard testimony tonight that, in fact, we've had kids almost hit by cars, that they've had to walk on the street. That is unacceptable. And, I've actually seen it. I've actually been there. I've not been able to walk on the sidewalk because there isn't no, and these cars parking on the sidewalk. I saw that over and over and over again. And what is the response? That we should be able to call the police department? Bottom line is the cost to enforce and to enforce our own laws, as well as provides these extra city services, far outweigh the revenues that we're going to be getting from this. Talk about enforcing, getting the proper returns on vacation rentals. That has been a problem for the city for many, many years, probably decades, and we probably will never really realize revenue from vacation rentals, 100% revenue. Now, I do want to address a lack of public notice. I had to actually intercede when I found out that there was no public notice. I understand that our planner, our city representative, actually stated that notices had gone out, and when the residents went around for, collecting the signatures, they found that nobody had gotten the notice, and so then our planners then said, oh, let's look at this again, and realized that the notice had not gone out. it happened again, but yet the hearing was, went forward regardless of the fact that, again, there was no notice. I'm very concerned about that these projects, these humongous projects, are going forward with no notice to the community. So that procedurally, I'm disturbed that we had a city planner stand up and basically state on the record, yes, I did it. I made sure that the notice went out, when in fact it hadn't. So I am very concerned about the credibility of our planner who was on this project. I'm very concerned that there was really no interaction with the community when deciding to go forward on something like this. Time is money. There should have been some kind of, getting our city staff saying, look, you need to talk to the community. And bottom line is, it needs to be in character. And we continue to ignore the community character. And I think that is what is the most disturbing here, is that we've got Oceanside residents, Oceanside taxpayers, Oceanside voters that are completely ignored in this entire process. And that has got to be the most disturbing piece of all. So I would actually grant the appeal for all the reasons that were brought up by the representative, by the appellant's representative, as well as the fact that, and I think this is the biggest issue for me, is what is happening to this street. This street has been privatized. There's only one person that can use this one owner that can use this street. That's it. And anybody else that tries to use this street, if they try, they put their life in peril. And that is the biggest issue for me in terms of the Coastal Act. So I would grant the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone for coming to the City Council and sharing your concerns with us. I wanted to follow up on the issue first, on the issue of noise complaints and parties going into the evening. I know, obviously if I had a problem with my neighbor at some point, I'd be calling the police. Is the issue of police response reviewed as part of the planning process? And in terms of the normal law, I don't know if the city manager is better able to answer this. Isn't there a point, if you had so many complaints within a certain period of time, wouldn't it ratcheted up to where you're exposed to fines or things like that, to where at least, that problem can be addressed? Because that, to me, is totally separate from whether someone's renting or whether they're living or whether they're there 2 days or 20 years. If you're screaming and yelling at 2 a.m. in the morning and throwing beer bottles down onto the beach, that should be able to be addressed. Is there a problem that's being recorded by the city in terms of police complaints in that regard?
Honorable Mayor, council members, I don't have that information readily available. However, if there are those activities occurring and if people do call the police, they generally would respond and keep track of that. And yes, there's the ability at some point to ratchet up the enforcement of that to where there would be monetary penalties.
Okay, in terms of the 3 times this came before the Planning Commission, is the issue of parties and noise and non-compliance with our noise ordinance been an issue or part of the review?
Honorable Mayor and council members, yes, that did come up before. We had, as previously stated, three hearings, and all these issues did come up.
And how was that resolved? I guess I'm just surprised this is an open issue.
Well, just as the city manager had mentioned, we're looking at the planning and zoning laws here, and that would be a separate issue addressed by our police department. And if there's a code enforcement action, if something's not up to code, that would be enforced by our code enforcement section.
Okay.
The typical process involves code enforcement bringing a series of complaints, if there's a chronic problem, to my office for review for potential filing of a code enforcement matter. In this case, there was a proposed code enforcement case to be filed against the owner of the property, but it was for illegally converting these properties to duplexes. And so his prior approval only allowed the developer to have a single-family home on each of these 3 lots, and there was an illegal conversion of them. We did propose to bring a code enforcement action, advise the property owner that would be coming, and I believe that's why you have the application in front of you now to legitimize them as duplexes. But it is my understanding he did comply by removing the 2 separate entrances, and he stopped advertising them as duplexes and removed the illegal kitchens within them. But I'm just relying upon what the Code Enforcement Department's advised our office.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I understand your concerns, but he's just given his point, so thank you very much.
Councilmember Feline?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Pardon me. What I can add to that is that very early in the review process, we did consult with OPD, asked them to provide us with some indication of the number of calls they had received on properties on that side of the street. It's been some time. I don't have a number for you, but it was a handful, I think, countable on one hand, the number of incidences that had been reported to the PD over a period of what would amount to five or 6 years.
Okay, thank you. And I would certainly encourage the residents, I certainly want to live in a peaceful community, and I'm sure everyone here does, and certainly take advantage of the resources we have to make sure it stays that way, because, whether someone's a permanent resident or a temporary one, they certainly need to be a good neighbor, and while we certainly want lots of guests in our neighborhood, we want those guests to also respect the residents. It's a two-way street, and so, certainly, that should be a separate issue from whether or not, how the property itself is being used, and, I think we have the methods to address that. In terms of the parking issue and any spillover effect there, I guess to try and separate how much of the parking problem is a neighborhood issue versus how much is a project issue. I mean, if these were 3 vacant lots, what would the parking situation be in that neighborhood?
Councilmember Feline, could you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
I'm trying to assess the difference between how much of the parking challenge, and I've driven down there, and I will say, yes, it's a parking challenged neighborhood, to put it politely, and I'm trying to assess how much of the parking issue is a neighborhood issue versus a particular, project issue that we're reviewing here tonight. So to try and take the first approach here, if these were 3 vacant lots, what would the parking situation be in this neighborhood?
Yeah, it's hard to know how these particular properties and the uses on them contribute to the parking demand in that block specifically. But as noted in the presentation, there are existing uses with multiple units where no on-site parking is provided in that 800 block. And on the east side of the street, many of the parking resources are not utilized for that purpose, not utilized for parking. So that seems to be a contributing factor as well, along with the fact that day users of the beach park up and down Pacific Street. There is beach access both at Wisconsin and Hayes, and those are popular portals, essentially, to the beach that are utilized by day visitors.
Okay, and then I just want to get my arms around the issue of where the driveway ends and where the sidewalk begins and the private property line is and the public. And in terms of the condition of not parking in the driveway and that preventing pedestrian access, if we approve, I guess, how long is it going to be before we have a continuous, uninterrupted sidewalk, if you will, that the condition 39 is meant to help contribute to?
Yeah, I think I would defer to city management on that question, but with respect to the current situation, the only way we can enforce or essentially prohibit with any enforcement parking in these driveways would be to establish this this condition at this time, given the lack of contiguous sidewalk, as our city manager mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and then every time someone comes up to improve the property, we're going to say, oh, and by the way, we have this condition, we're trying to create a continuous sidewalk, so, and at some point, we're going to get to every resident, and at that point, it's enforced along the entire stretch.
Honorable Mayor, council members,
the process correctly?
Essentially, that's correct. However, there are portions of all these properties that are within the public right-of-way. And the public right-of-way per your city code is required that you provide, with certain exceptions in certain areas of the community, that they provide a sidewalk. And so where we have on North Pacific Street people who block the sidewalk, and again, in some cases, the right-of-way and their property is such that you can park in the driveway and there's still public access with some minor exceptions, and if they block that public access, they'll get a ticket. Where you have the continuous sidewalk. So in this particular block, I believe that you have development applications on file that will further that process a little bit, and then there's one property that staff has previously looked at to work with that property in order to make some minor improvements, which would finish the sidewalk in that particular block.
Oh, so this is a realistic conclusion that we can see here, that we'll have a continuous pedestrian access along this within a foreseeable time.
And part of it depends on the owner of a piece of property that's already been developed, but I believe we're working on a resolution to that.
Okay, well, that certainly sounds better. Now, the issue in terms of these developments, projects impeding the access to the beach, I mean, aren't the same beach accesses still available regardless of the use of these particular properties?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That does it for me.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Those properties didn't allow access to the beach directly before, did they? They were single.
Excuse me, we already closed the public input, so we can't take any there. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Are there any buildings in that block or the next block that are over 35 feet?
In the 800 block,
8 or 9.
Councilmember Feller, there are not buildings that exceed the 35-foot height limit.
Okay. I heard we're talking about 4 stories. How could that have been communicated on this? I'm not really sure. From the appellant, how does that figure that this is 4 stories? I looked at them. I can't figure out how this is 4 stories.
It is a bit complicated, but like many beachfront projects, the beach level qualifies as a basement. It is habitable. Some stakeholders have commented that there are spaces down there that are habitable spaces, bedrooms, and that is true. And the basement definition does not preclude those kinds of spaces. But the space physically qualifies as a basement, which renders the story or the level at the street the first story. And then from there, with this project, there would be 2 stories above that, rendering it a 3-story building over a basement.
Okay. But it doesn't exceed 35 feet?
It does not exceed 35 feet as measured from average finish grade.
Why did the Planning Commission approve this unanimously 3 times? I mean, they should be the ones that are scolded, if that's the case. Did they see merit to this project? Did they see the pitfalls that we've been made aware of by...
I think they felt that the findings for the coastal permit, the development plan, had been made, that the project does conform to the development standards that as planning staff, we're obliged to review the project against, that it meets the applicable LCP policies and design guidelines.
Okay. On the sidewalk, there is at least one or maybe two full utility boxes right in the middle of that particular area that would be considered sidewalk. And that happens all the way down, clear down to the sewage treatment plant practically on that side of the street. There is no continuous sidewalk for most of those blocks going all the way south. And most of all those homes that are beachfront have a sand or rock level entrance, even as you go up Pacific or going south. Those are all, I would bet you dollars to donuts, living quarters in almost all of those, going all the way south. And I don't believe this is a privatization issue that Councilmember Sanchez says. That's total fabrication. This street is in the off season it's a completely different street. When you're going between Wisconsin and Oceanside Boulevard, it's a completely different street in the off season. I'm sure this is going to be appealed. You'll be disappointed to know after a 5-0 vote here, our council member appealed the tin fish to the Coastal Commission, and so that's not moving forward right now either. So I guess we can't do all the good things that we think we should be doing here. I completely support this as we go forward. I don't see the opportunity for what do you call it? Condition 39. I'm not really sure I see a need to keep that in, because I don't think we're going to be talking about continuous sidewalk all the way down for a long time. Or maybe we can keep it in and make sure that there is no penalty for the time being, and that may be 5, 10, however many years. I don't know if that's something that we can make an adjustment to. But for right now, I think that's the people cannot park in front of those driveways, and you're taking at least for each building at least 2 cars off the street if they are parking in the driveway. So that's just in those buildings is 6 parking spaces. I think this is a very important addition to our revenue. I've been on that street hundreds of times in every form and fashion, including riding a bike. That's probably the biggest danger down there is bike riding. I blame Peter on that. So that's all my comment.
Thank you. I'll be the last speaker on this, and I'll try to be brief because I realize it's a work night for some of you, and young children should be out too late. Anyhow, what I'm going to say on this is I would hope that some way, because I'm sure this is going to pass, is that we address something to do with mainly the parking. That's my big concern down there. A while back, I thought the applicant had some other problems. He was going to do off-site parking for these events that he was having. Hopefully we can address that. That being said, I had the applicant in my office. He went to all the council members on the 3rd floor and brought up this project. I talked to him briefly. And I'll be honest, he's friendly, he's nice, and he says his things, and he's out to make money. There's no shock there, and I understand that. We have a council that really believes, not all of us, believes in property rights, as you well know, that says they can do what they want with their property. I'm not sure we agree because the Coastal Commission and others say, no, there are restrictions. But With this particular thing, I had a long talk with him, told him I'm concerned about the constant complaints that we, the council and staff, are getting. He seems to be buying up most of Pacific Street and for a business purpose and for vacation rentals. Got a lot of places down there. However, I got to admit, I'm tired of hearing about the complaints. If I lived down there, I'd be one of the big complainers. If you've got people moving in for 1-2 nights or a week, and they're noisy, they're going to leave in a week, they don't care what your neighbors think. And they're there to have a good time. I understand that. That's part of living near the beach. On the other hand, this seems to be an ongoing and continuous problem that I'm not happy about. I don't want to go into details because the gentleman back there and the appellant and all the other people are going to say the same thing I would. You're complaining. And some of the details about is it good or bad, I think it's kind of out of character for the neighborhood. That kind of covers everything and what you had to say. However, I do see the issue and concerns that it's a business. If that same piece of property, if somebody put an apartment complex in or a hotel, they would have all the other amenities in the parking. With these rentals, you don't. People come in there to clean up the places. You got people coming and going without parking spaces, impacting the neighborhood. There's no extra parking. There's no anything extra other than here's a building. And we understand it up here in the council. You got a place, 3 places got 30 bedrooms, and we know what it is. It normally would have been an apartment complex, but it's not. It's going to be a vacation rental to make money. I understand that, and there's no law against making money. Some of the laws that we have here follow the guidelines on, but I'm not approving, and I don't approve this. I've talked to the applicants. He was pretty honest, but I since then got so many phone calls and people talk to me and complaining also about it, including some of you people, that it seems to be not in tune with the character of the neighborhood and an ongoing potential problem for public safety and law enforcement call out. For those reasons, I'm not going to support it. I wish there was other ways to address some of the underlying problems, because if there's just one of those down there in a house and you rented it out, that's a different story. It might have 3 bedrooms. This is obviously an intent to make it anything other than a rental to make the maximum money in the smallest and tightest place where there's no parking. And I think that they're going to have some problems down their own, and I'll understand that, but with that, let's please vote on it.
Motion approved, 3-2. Wood and Sanchez, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and have a good evening. I'm sorry for the late hour. With that, Madam Clerk, could go item number 17, please.
Item 17 is approval of a professional services agreement with Nolte Associates of San Diego in the amount of $1,440,166 for final engineering and environmental services for the Melrose Drive extension, the project, and authorization for the manager to execute the agreement. And we have 3 speakers.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, for somebody I know want to talk, if you could move it out into the lobby, because we still have some other items. Thank you for your time. You lost 3-2. I figure, thank you very much. You can talk about it in the hallway. Mr. Chin, thank you very much for being here. Give a few minutes for the people to kind of leave. Thank you all. If you can talk outside in the lobby, please. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable mayors and council members. My name is Abraham Chen, associate engineer with the Development Services. Item number 17 before you is for the approval of a professional service agreement with Nolte Associates of San Diego in the amount of $1,440,166 to complete the final engineering, environmental service, and procure the necessary permit to construct the Melrose Drive extension project, and to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. Melrose Drive extension project will complete the missing portion of Melrose Drive between North Santa Fe and Spur Avenue and serve as a north-south arterial street. Melrose Drive extension is identified in the city's and the county of San Diego's circulation element. Nolte & Associates was selected through a request for proposal process. 10 consultants submitted proposals, and 3 most qualified firms were invited back for oral presentation for the project. Nolte & Associates was selected for their expertise and knowledge of the proposed project condition and constraint. Again, item number 17 before you is to approve a professional service agreement with Nolte Associates for $1.4 million to complete the final engineering and environmental services for the Melrose Drive extension project. I will be available for any questions or clarification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chin. You have a seat at the sidebar over there, and sorry to keep you so late, but this is where you get to know everybody. Thank you for being here. With that, public?
Okay, we have speakers: Jimmy Knott, Wendy, I can't pronounce the last name, Sheila Cada, and Chris Wilson.
Hey, Jimmy, you going electronic on us?
A little bit here. When I was looking at this, I wanted to see if this was the best use of this money. If you look at the screen up there, I went to the city's webpage for level of service because I wanted to see if this was the best use of this money, because I wanted to see the most highly impacted streets in the city. If you go to that webpage, you can't find anything. You can't access anything. Then I Googled it. I looked underneath the Narasimha Prasada report. Guess what? It's blocked from the public. I went to 3 other reports. They're also blocked from the public. So the public cannot find out which streets are the most bad streets in the city of Oceanside. So I tried every which way I could to find electronically, even sitting here again tonight, to find out which were the best streets, which were the worst streets, and which would be the best to use this $1.4 million. Now, the proposal is to use $1.4 million for this Melrose Drive extension. I don't know if this is the best use of this money. Staff, in their presentation tonight, did not come up with whether or not this is the best use for this money and whether or not this is, the most highly impacted streets in the city. Does this really impact? Where's the information? I cannot get it. The public cannot get it. I was wondering if we can get that information. This is what you need to discuss before you start isolating Melrose, is that you need to look what's for the best interest of this city. Where is the most highly impacted streets? What is the best use of this money? Not politically, but actually. This has not been done. This has only been assumed. I wish for you to take and do something logically and consider it with facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly, you got everything?
Sheila Cada, 5301 Village Drive, Oceanside, California. I'm not feeling good. I was going to leave. But anyway, I think it's just like the last thing that happened. The people that live in Oceanside, your constituency, and I'm talking to Mr. Kern, Mr. Feline, and Mr. Feller, they don't want that, what they're doing on Pacific Street. They don't want those buildings and all that, and it's, like Esther said, it's too small of a space. This Melrose extension, it doesn't make any sense at all. It costs us too much money. We don't have that money. I'd rather use the money for libraries and for keeping people employed and everything else. And it's only going to save seconds off of the drive. I don't think it's worth it. I think that the one thing we should do is keep agricultural areas alive and well, and isn't over there in that area one of these agricultural areas that is on the agricultural map of the world or something like that. And so I'm saying this is ridiculous. And actually, there were a lot of people that wanted to speak tonight, but they thought it was pooled, so they're not here. And the people that live in that area do not want that extension. The 14 homes that you're going to get rid of to put it in that part of that ranch, they don't want it. And you guys, you should listen to your constituency. You should work for your constituency, not like what you just did, ramrod those duplexes in on Pacific Street or whatever it is. Shouldn't do that. I mean, you've got to work for your people. And people of Oceanside, Kern, Feller, and Feline do not work for you. I think their palms are greased from other people or something, but they don't work for you. So we need to change it. And this is not a good idea. We shouldn't be, once you put asphalt down, it's there forever. You gotta, we need to stop putting asphalt. We need to keep our spaces green. We need to keep our agricultural going. And, this is ridiculous. Few seconds, it's going to cost us money, and who benefits? Vista. It makes no sense.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mayor, members of the City Council, Chris Wilson, 770 Harbor Cliff Way. The reason I'm opposed to this is I really think we're putting the cart before the horse. We're talking about spending almost $1.5 million to give a contract to someone to do an engineering study to put in a road where the city is going to have to exercise eminent domain to buy land for it. This already came up once during the session, and now we're talking about an even larger amount of money that the city is going to commit to spending for potentially zero benefit. We don't know if this road is ever going to get built. We don't know if the city is going to be able to take the land that it needs to build this road. To commit to spending $1.5 million for something with zero potential benefit is foolish. I'd almost say it's idiotic, except that might be considered an insult to idiots. Thanks.
Is Wendy Bravo still here? Okay, we have a late request from Dana Corso.
Please. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Dana Corso, and I was under the impression that this item was heard earlier, and there was probably 10 or 15 people that left early that wanted to speak about this. But at any rate, I'm representing Action's Alliance of Citizens to Improve Oceanside Neighborhoods, also representing the 600 residents of Jeffries Ranch who signed a legal petition to stop the permanent closure of Jeffries Ranch Road. So tonight, I guess we're going to witness Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline and Mr. Feller ignore their constituents and commissioners once again. The entire Planning Commission voted not to approve the EIR for the Melrose extension. On January 25, 2011, you heard from Jeffries Ranch residents and the 14 residents that will lose their home and properties to a road that will cost over $30 million and will only benefit the traffic by seconds. Our own traffic engineer stated over and over it will only benefit traffic by seconds. Our Planning Commission stated the Melrose extension benefits do not outweigh the detriments to the area. 2 weeks ago, again, the Planning Commission said no to the Melrose extension and the circulation element. And yet here we are again. Here we are spending more money on a road that we don't need, nor do we have the money to build it. Mr. Kern, Mr. Feline, and Mr. Feller, not only are you wasting our money, you are wasting our time. These council chambers have been filled with your constituents urging you to help them. Folks from the coast to the mobile home communities to Jeffries Ranch and Morrill Hills, yet you have continually turned your back against us and are basing your decisions to benefit the developers, park owners, and the building industry. Coincidentally, your major campaign donors. And don't get me wrong, my husband is in the building industry. We want development. We want and expect responsible development. This entire council unanimously voted to reopen Jeffries Ranch Road a year and a half ago. Caltrans is almost finished with the widening of 76, and yet we are still working on reopening Jeffries Ranch Road, a road we had for over 30 years. Our safety should be first and foremost. The fire department admits that their response time has slowed since the closure. And to even think about replacing our paramedics with EMTs is wrong. These are bad decisions that are impacting our safety and our quality of life. This council majority voted against the seniors and veterans and families who live in our mobile home communities. Not only did we get over 15,000 signatures in less than 30 days, you still decided to spend over $100,000 to put it on the ballot, plus spent $400,000 and a lot of lies and harassment to stop the truth from getting out. Obviously, the Oceanside voters care and saw through your smoke and mirrors. Again, we thank them for that. By the results of the June 5th election on Proposition E and F, another rush decision without citizens' input, people are paying attention. People are fed up. Many are so disgusted and discouraged by your actions that they refuse to come here anymore. What a shame. You are all in elected, honorable positions and are supposed to be representing the people, and yet only Mayor Wood and Esther Sanchez, Councilmember Esther Sanchez, fill those positions. We all know the vote tonight will be 3-2. We all know there's nothing any of us can do or say to change that. However, I am confident that the voters in Oceanside are very much aware of what is going on here, and things will change in November. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all the speakers.
Thank you. Back to the council on this. Deputy Mayor Feller, excuse me.
Thank you. It might save a few seconds on Melrose, but it'll save an awful lot of time on College. It'll save an awful lot of time on Rancho Del Oro. It will save time in many other places besides just on Melrose. That's what opening roads would do. I move approval.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, it's not going to save time on other roads, Councilmember Feller. It's actually going to make things worse. Why? Because it's going to increase traffic. That is what the studies show. It's going to increase cross traffic. What I don't understand is rather than spending $1.5 million, not $100,000, $1.5 million, why don't we first have the vote on whether or not we're going to take the properties from 15 property owners? 15 property owners. It requires a supermajority. That means 4 of us would have to agree to forcibly take the land from 15 property owners. Property rights person like yourself, and I guess other council members on the dais, we wouldn't want to do that, but here we are. It's not going to save any time. It's going to take the property from those who have had it for a long time, including one ranch. And on top of that, it's going to take part of a park, Wahomie Park. It doesn't make sense. The vote on the taking should have happened first. Then, if that didn't get the 4 votes required, then we would not have to go forward on this $1.5 million. I've already gotten one call from a property owner who felt bullied by staff about taking her property. Bullied. And this is what's going to happen over and over and over again. So, I understand that some people who live off of College, maybe even off of El Camino, believe somehow that it's going to make life a little better for them on the road. It is not. It is not. It's going to make life more miserable for all of us. I'm voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you. Based on that logic, I'd like to know how many roads we should be closing to improve traffic. I don't know. Maybe if we closed El Camino, that improves traffic on College or Rancho Del Oro. That logic doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, completing a major arterial road and completing that project improves traffic flow everywhere. I certainly drive in that area, and I certainly, both from personal experience and common sense, says that if you don't have to go up North Santa Fe Road and get onto the traffic on Mission, and you can instead just drive up Melrose and connect with 76, that's going to save time. And it's just a matter of distributing traffic more evenly over our major roads, and by completing these projects, it does improve traffic everywhere, that's related to it, certainly along College where I live. And as far as support, I know we've hashed these issues over and over and over again, and there was an election in which two candidates supported completing Melrose and two candidates did not. And the two candidates that support completing this project got elected, and the candidates that wanted to kill the project got defeated. And so, once again, that was hashed out. I know, as I like to say, I walked 23 precincts and lost 23 pounds, and completing this project had overwhelming support in the neighborhoods that I walked. And it's just part of people understand the traffic that we deal with, that actually having roads to drive on improves traffic flow, and blocking roads and not having roads decreases traffic flow. And this is, the common sense that the public wants applied to these issues. Now, of course, we also hear this issue, and I know I certainly don't master all the technicalities of it, but City Manager, where do the funds for this project come from?
These particular funds are coming from your developer impact fees out of your thoroughfare fee account.
Are these funds available to spend on libraries or police or any other general fund activity in the city?
No, they're restricted to be used for building or widening circulation element roadways.
Okay, so I think the public needs to understand that. So the canard that, that we're impacting the general fund as a result of moving forward on these projects just simply isn't true. And so, that's certainly a separate issue and a separate debate, but it's unrelated to completing this project. And so, it's certainly true. The voters get to have their say. The voters are always in charge. And this November is another opportunity for voters to speak. And I guess since I'm the only one who won't be on the ballot in November, I guess I can say bring it on. But I know the other candidate and the other members all up here will be on the ballot in one way or another, are certainly going to hear from the voters. And they're going to, the voters will have their final say. I believe when the smoke clears, the voters are going to support the candidates who want our roads completed and want traffic reduced. So I certainly will be voting yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't go into a long one here because we've beaten this one to death on this. The only thing we'll add is I really want the rest of the council members to think of what Councilwoman Sanchez said. To approve $1.5 million for the study is a lot of money, and you're right where it's coming from. It can be used on all the other roads in the town and all the other things that need to be done for other circulation element aspect. This is strictly for the study. I'd rather use $1.5 million for things that would help right now. I just want to tell you that for right now, because it's going to come to a point that you're going to have to take eminent domain. If you don't have 4 votes, why waste $1,500,000 for something that can't be built, number one. Number two, there's no money for this. It's not in the 2050 plan to be built in the future unless somebody's got the money. And remember, originally the whole thought for this extension was put a bridge across the roadway to go all the way over to Morrill Hills to build higher density over there, and that was the original plan that nobody wants. Try to put that bridge across that water with the environmental world and see where you get, followed by impact of the traffic will be all cut through traffic from Riverside will take Melrose Drive over, cutting through our city. Also, Vista wanted to build another 1,000 houses and condominiums on there. Can't do it until we put Melrose Drive through, so those 1,000 people will be on that roadway. I'm just sitting here saying common sense has to kick in here somewhere, and the vote will go where it goes tonight, but I'm just one more time throwing it out there. I hate to use $1,500,000 on anything in town that we can't build if we can use it to fix and repair all the roads around town, because believe me, I've driven in and out of a couple of the divots in the road race lately, and there's quite a few problems. So with that, please, with that being said, please vote. Mine okay? Because it looks like it's locked. Oh, okay.
Go ahead and do it over again.
Do I do it again?
Motion approved, 3-2. Wood and Sanchez, no.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And Madam Clerk, please help me. We Just the council reports and, oh no, my item number 31, could I please? Number 31, and I'll take that, please. I can't hear you.
Appointments to or motions for removal from some or all of the city's citizen advisory groups.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and for the council, this has already been out for at least a week to look at. I must make one change on here, recommended by the city clerk, if you have it in front of you. Under Downtown Advisory Committee, the first one, appointment Don Riddy to regular. He cannot, I've been told by the city clerk, be in that position because he doesn't live in Oceanside. He needs to be a resident. So for right now, that one has to be removed. Other than that, I would make a motion to approve the attached one that's been out for a week. And I still have other openings, but we're hoping to get still more applications.
Second.
Mayor?
Yes.
Richard Bartlett's a good man, but says he's an Oceanside business owner.
We're looking at
On the Downtown Advisory Committee.
and Richard Bartlett, what?
Yeah.
The regular Oceanside
I had
business?
made a note about Don Reedy already, but and I'm glad we caught that because
Is he an Oceanside business owner? I thought he was.
Richard Bartlett isn't a business owner.
Okay.
He's a downtown resident.
We want to remove him?
Well,
He's not a business owner, is what he's
I don't, does he need to be a business owner?
The way the bylaws are written, if they do not have someone to fill a category, they can put someone else in.
But you're asking for a business owner, right? So maybe you should draw it at this point if you have another applicant.
Well, I can take that off for right now. We still have other openings if necessary, but thank you on that. I'm assuming that we figured you as a businessman, or at least I was told that. So will you remove those two? And with that, I would make a motion for the remainder.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you. I would just, this Downtown Advisory Committee, what is their objective? I mean, I know we're doing away with RAC, and it seems like a very large committee. What is their task?
Honorable Mayor, council members, if you recall, when we disbanded the RAC, you still have projects for the downtown project area, and those projects would still come to the CDC. And so you had appointed a replacement, if you will, for RAC to essentially vet some of the downtown projects through them before it came here. You added, I believe, several members to that body as we went through that process. And so that's what this is at this point. However, there is a possibility, and John could jump in on at this point.
Why don't I jump in? The redevelopment trailer bill was just approved today, as I understand it, by the legislature, and it's on its way to the governor's desk. It probably has been signed by now, I suspect, or if not, it will be soon. And there is some language in that bill. We still need to digest it a little bit more. That suggests land use planning that was formerly done by the redevelopment agency is transferred to the city that formed the agency. So we may be coming back with a recommendation to just change the zoning ordinance to have the council review discretionary projects within the redevelopment project area instead of the council sitting as the CDC. Whether that would affect this Downtown Advisory Committee is really going to be a policy call for the council. Right now, the purpose of that committee is to get a review of projects before they come to the CDC. So you may be asked to make a policy determination should you just send everything to the Planning Commission prior to
Yeah, and that was my question. I mean, once the redevelopment goes, then wouldn't it automatically fall back under Planning Commission as something for the city?
The city zoning ordinance establishes the CDC basically as the Planning Commission for projects within the redevelopment project area. So we've continued on to have discretionary projects reviewed by the CDC, but as we indicated, this may be the opportunity to rethink that and bring forward amendments to the zoning code to just have the council as the decision-making authority.
Okay, well, yeah, it sounds like we don't any longer have a redevelopment area. I mean, the redevelopment's gone. I mean, so I understand what we're trying to do here, trying to pick up the pieces, trying to figure this out as we go along. So I know I have no problem, and I'll vote for the amendment or the recommendation. I was just sitting here looking at how large this is and what they're going to do. It seems like it's much larger than the RAC was. And
They gave it to me to pick
okay,
people.
well, no, and I don't, I mean, like I said, we're trying to change the wheels on the cars that's going down the road. I mean, we're trying to figure this one out. So who's going to staff this? Is it going to come staffed out of planning? Is it going to be staffed out of the manager's office? Is it going to be staffed?
Right now, after tomorrow, it'll be staffed by Shan and Kathy.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then we'll have to, some future date, appoint, I guess, a liaison to the committee, let them get organized. So, no, I was just had some questions. So I'm not clear, but I'm supportive.
I see no other. Please vote. Anyhow, let's see.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Madam Clerk, we just now left with city council reports, I'm guessing. I have more notes on the, excuse me 1 second, I have to walk down here and I'll be right back.
What are we doing? Oh.
Jimmy, can you help me, please?
Item 18, Mayor Wood. Pardon? Oh.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Long evening. I apologize for that, but to highlight a couple of things for you for this and this 4th of July season coming up. I want to congratulate 2 congressional gold medal winners that I know about here in Oceanside, Mr. George Mitchell and Mr. Oscar Culp. As you can see in this parade bulletin for the up-and-coming parade on June the 30th in Oceanside, these would be our grand marshals. That photo's not that great. Mr. Mitchell is my neighbor and a great guy. Mr. Culp's been around here forever. I think he would probably laugh at the old photos of him in the military, but I want to say that my aide spoke to Mr. Mitchell. He mentioned that the award presentation will be taking place in Washington, D.C. this Thursday, June 28th, for those who couldn't be on the trip. And for the others, Melfort Point Marines who could not make the trip, a special award ceremony will take place soon at Camp Pendleton. There'll be more details later. In case you didn't know, the Melfort Point Marines were the nation's first African-American Marines to join the Corps. The participations and some of these were involved in Okinawa, heavy combat fire in Iwo Jima in World War II. And we're lucky to have some of those people here in Oceanside, and that's their photos. So I wanted to mention they're going back to D.C. to get gold medals from Congress. I think the President said something like this for this first United States Marine Corps unit that was all black, and this kind of covers it just in our parade guide here in Oceanside for June 30th. And like I say, these are a couple of guys that are really well known in Oceanside. And like I say, one of them's my neighbor and a great guy. I want to make sure we mention that because when we get somebody in our city who gets a gold medal from Congress, I think it's an important issue to bring up. I wish them the best of luck for what they're doing. And they will be our grand marshals in our parade coming up for the holidays. And along that same line, patriotic notes, let's mention the 4th of July parade. It takes place Saturday, June 30th. I know everybody's saying why, because our 4th of July is on Wednesday in the middle of the week. So we're having it on Saturday, June 30th, 10 a.m. along Coast Highway. And I'm sure you'll enjoy it, and quite a few people turn out along the coast. And this is the way that we say thank you to our patriots and our 4th of July. And I know we get a lot of calls about why we don't have a 4th of July fireworks, but and with some of the Clearwater acts and firing fireworks out of the ocean, it's going to be a harder and tougher time, but we'll see that in the future, hopefully. One last thing, and I know other people have been to other special events. We've been busy, but I went out to honor a gentleman, Loretta Schreider. Her son, John, passed away earlier in the month. Had knee surgery and infection and passed away, Jimmy Knott and a few others, and I went out there to see Mrs. Shiley. And to say our thoughts and prayers to her for somebody and her son passing away for something like a knee surgery. It's kind of sad. With that, that's all I have, but it's going to be a wonderful summer weather. The last few days kind of says it. I've been happy to be here in Southern California for this, and thank you very much. That's all I have.
Item 19, Deputy Mayor Feller.
I just would like to wish everybody happy 4th of July. Pardon me. Congratulations to Oscar and George for the Congressional Gold Medal and being our Grand Marshals for the parade this year. They are very deserving gentlemen. Want to wish happy birthday to Jared on Sunday and Bunny on Tuesday. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Item 20, Councilmember Feline.
Thank you. Of course, it's always an honor to be able to attend the Eagle Scout ceremonies we have in town, and our most recent one was for Austin Merle, and that was on Saturday, June 23rd, and his mother works for the city of Oceanside, and so it was great once again to see this accomplishment taking place in our community. Also, it's always a pleasure to see a new business opening in town, and we had NK Towing came to Oceanside from Escondido, and I'm sure they're going to enjoy the weather much better over here, and so it's great to have another business in town. It's always an honor to attend the promotion ceremonies for our police and fire department, and the fire department had a promotion ceremony yesterday at Fire Station 7, and they had numerous promotions, and it was great to witness the achievement and hear about the training and everything that's take place to earn these positions. And last but not least, I had an opportunity to attend the Palomar Amateur Radio Club's field day operation, where they practice their ham radio techniques for if they had to provide communications in case of a disaster. That also took place last Saturday, and residents and club members from Oceanside participated in that event. Thank you.
Item 21, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you, Holly. I went out to the ham radio operator field day Sunday morning, and they were all out talking to the world. So the idea that what they do is they go out and see how many other stations they can pick up, and they picked up quite a few. Also, last Saturday, I attended the celebration for Title IX down at the band shell. So the idea that it's been 40 years for Title IX. It just came in. It really made a difference. I know most people think of Title IX as women in sports, but actually Title IX was equal opportunity for more than just that. It was equal opportunity in programs and master's programs and doctorate programs throughout the nation. So I think that was a very important milestone for us for Title IX to actually equal opportunity. Again, the Freedom Days parade, we're all going to hopefully be there. I've been informed that I'm walking the parade route this time, so I will be walking. Well, my wife said, we're going to walk it. Okay. So it's not that far, and we'll get there. The other thing, for those of you that live out off Douglas Drive, you will notice that the little golf course is coming together. The Pro Kids Golf. I think we all got an email this afternoon that the ribbon cutting is going to be on August 29th. So it looks like a fun little course. It looks like a course that I could actually walk to. I mean, it's 6 holes. I mean, it's I think one hole is going to be about 50 yards. So I did stop by today and talk to Oscar, but he was in Washington D.C. George was sitting there having lunch with Dennis Gardner, so we talked about it, and Mr. Mitchell basically said, I was stationed in D.C. twice, been there, done that, I don't want to go back. So this is probably the worst time of year to be in D.C., except when it's in the dead of winter. So it looks like too bad they picked a place like that for, the nation's capital, the extreme weather, but I congratulated him, and I think Oscar comes back Friday, so he will be here, or tomorrow afternoon, something. He'll be here Saturday. So with that, we'll hope to see everybody out there on Saturday morning. Starts at 10 o'clock, and it starts in front of the 101 Cafe, and it ends up here in front of City Hall. So come on down, bring your flags, wave, and it's one of the great events. If you have an opportunity to pick up this brochure, it shows some of the past parades on Oceanside back to like 1902, 1912 along different streets. So it's been a long time tradition in Oceanside, so I encourage everybody to come out. So thank you.
Item 22, Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to wish my parents, Louis and Carolina Sanchez, happy 58th anniversary. They had their anniversary yesterday, and Mom, Dad, happy anniversary. I also went to Loretta Scheidler, her son's memorial at the mobile home park, and it is indeed, you don't ever want to lose a son, a daughter, especially when you think it's going to be some kind of a regular surgery. So it was a big shock to her, but she was, Loretta has always been pretty strong, and so Loretta, keep being that strong person that I know you are. Also, another person that has passed away, Joan Tweedy. Jean. Did I say Joan? Jean Tweedy, who was a super volunteer for Oceanside. Her memorial is this Saturday as well at a mobile home park at Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park. The wonderful thing, yes, at 2 o'clock, the wonderful thing about Jean is that she lived a frugal life because she wanted to leave something for Oceanside. She so loved this community. So she apparently has left something for the Oceanside Public Library as well as the Oceanside Museum of Art. I hope that we can adjourn the meeting in her honor, Mayor. I also attended the concert in the park at Heritage Park this past Sunday, and so I'm looking forward to every Sunday there will be a concert in the park. 4th of July, yes, we're having the parade on the 30th. I still get requests for having the parade on the actual day, the 4th. Maybe one day we'll go back to our Oceanside tradition of having it on the 4th. I do wish, because the next council meeting will be on July 5th, which will be a Thursday, very, very unusual. I don't think that we've ever had a regular council meeting on a Thursday. This was a date that we specially set for certification of our election results for Props E and F, but we've actually turned it into a regular city council meeting. So please, if you see the Thursday for a council meeting, don't think it's an error. It's actually Thursday. So we will be here back July 5th, which means that we will, it'll be the day after the 4th of July. I do wish everyone a very happy 4th. I want to thank our veterans, our military families, our active military for everything that they do for us, for our liberties. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I think it was covered, but I was going to adjourn. We can have a moment of silence for the two people. I know we had one for Jean, but for Mr. Scheidler's son. But I'm maybe adjourning to 2 o'clock Thursday, July the 5th, for a council meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be a Thursday. A couple of minutes here for some of the family members that are certainly our concern here in the city of Oceanside and their families that they've lost. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Please be safe. Have a great 4th of July. See you out there.